Hello.
Good afternoon, Willie. How are you doing today?
Not too bad. Yourself? How are you doing?
I feel great, Wooly. I feel great.
Mm-hmm. What makes you feel great?
I finally I finally gotten to take a look at movie of the century.
Oh shit. Hold on. Morbius check. How are we doing?
I am fully morbed out as of right now.
Okay. Okay. I didn't realize that. So the check fails. The check
The check
fails.
fails.
Damn.
I late last sometime in the afternoon yesterday, I offhandedly mentioned that Morbius was the #1 movie on Apple TV, which it is.
It is in fact number one. This is true.
And Paige like sprinted out of the room to grab her iPad. And like I was playing FF14 and she's like, "It's downloaded." And I'm like, "Okay, we're doing this."
So
Man,
yeah.
that is definitely the morbiest movie I've ever morbed.
Is it in fact the Morbius of all? Hmm. Hmm.
I I don't I uh so to predate this, I really need to say that in my whole past week of streams, I've had moments where I lose 30 seconds, 90 seconds, 5 minutes here because I remember reading that Chainsaw Man edit where Denji and a girl go to a movie marathon and all the movies are boring except for the last movie, and it cuts to like a black and white photoshopped like vampire Jared Leto face with the text "I'm starting to morb," and then the two characters from Chainsaw Man look at each other and they start crying. It's like I'm gonna remember that moment my whole life when he morbed out on all those guys. So like that was
Yeah.
like just
Yeah.
burning hot in my mind.
I mean, God bless and shout outs to the moments where you just sit down and you kind of have a moment in life where it's like time to sit down and just watch or experience a podcast segment, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but also, so Morbius is in this bizarre state where everyone's having so much fun with it because no one's seen it and no one actually even knows what happens in the movie. Like no one has a
No,
goddamn clue what happens in the movie.
I saw the poster and I saw the cave and I'm like, okay, there's a cave and he morbs in the cave. And, and
Um,
then and then there's like the dancing Britishman and then
yeah, the what's his Will Grant? That's not his fucking name. The Doctor Who man, Matt Smith. That's
and
it.
then he's the only one who's like facing you on the poster while everyone else
Yeah,
has their back turned. And then
yeah.
his eyes are in the sky.
I I mean this without irony, without exaggeration, unironically. This is one of the shittiest movies I've ever seen. I'm going to put it above The Last Airbender in terms of like saw it in a theater style movie.
Okay.
Like like we can go back to the jokes in a minute, guys, but we like there's fun to be had in the actual movie.
Okay.
Okay? There were at least there were like 3 times where we had to pause the movie and rewind it because we didn't understand what was happening in the scene. Kind of like bad movie.
Okay.
Um
Like the editing was not
like
clear.
like like there were two that I can think of right now in which we're sitting there going like, wait, what happened? What was that? What why
Mm-hmm.
um and we did a thing that we do this if we're watching like X Files or if we were watching fucking You know, Seinfeld, for example, where the second act turn happens in, say, an X-Files episode, and you tap the screen to see exactly how much is left, and you're like, that's right, it's the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, okay.
6 minutes before the second batch of commercials. Right? And we were doing that, and the one that got me is, I'm like, Paige, how much time have we been watching this movie? And the answer was 10 minutes. The answer was 10.
You did the tap?
Yeah. We're like, we've been watching it for 10 minutes.
The status
out of
tap.
a 1 hour and 45-minute runtime.
Damn. Yeah,
so,
okay.
So
that's a new one, because I guess you had to look at your watch back in the day, but no one did.
Yeah.
But with videos, like the what the fuck just happened and where are we in this video file? That's good.
So,
that's good. Yeah, okay.
So, like, every part of this screams like mismanagement. You probably saw the trailer for Morbius, which is him going to the bat cave and he puts his hand out and the bats are there and he cuts his hand.
Morbin
I'm gonna go through the first like 10 minutes of the movie, because the first 10-ish minutes of the movie were so legitimately confusing that me and Paige had to stop the movie and discuss what scenes had occurred in what order, which is not a great sign. So the first scene in the movie, well, actually, before that even, you get 2 in association with Marvel Pictures opening credit scenes.
By the way, we are now 10 minutes into the podcast.
I know.
So in this time frame.
Yeah, we'd be sitting here going, I don't understand.
Well, 7 audio, 10 stream. Anyway.
Okay, great. So, in association with Marvel Pictures, and like, maybe it's psychosomatic, but the in association with Marvel Pictures seems really big on the text.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The first scene is the scene from the trailer with the bats. He's got busted legs and he's got his canes and he goes down to the bat cave and then he sees the bats and he goes, morb me up.
He morbs
with the
up.
blood on his hand and he's capturing bats. Okay. The next scene is him as a child, and it's him in a hospital for children with horrible blood diseases, of course, and he saves his other friend's child life that has a blood disease by being a super genius and repairing a $1 million dialysis machine with a piece of wire from his pen. And his fake hospital dad says, it took a team of scientists to build this fucking thing, and you fixed it with a ballpoint pen? Michael Morbius, you're a genius. You need to go to New York and be a genius. And then he tells his blood friend, he says, I'm gonna go be a genius. Okay.
Dawn of the first Morb.
That
was the first one. That was the first Morb.
That was the first Morb, yeah. It then smash cuts to him at rejecting a Nobel Prize. And this is where it starts to get really confusing. Okay? Because the first thing out of the presenter's mouth is like, Michael Morbius has his doctorate at 19. And for the incredible work, and here we're going to give him the prize. And then he denies it. And the makeup they have on Leto to make him look sickly, like I can't tell how old he is. So I thought he was like 19 or 20 in that shot. But then he goes back to the lab and he has the bats. And so that's when me and Paige stopped the movie. And I'm like, wait, we just had the start of the movie and then a flashback to him as a child and then a flash forward to after the start of the movie. But I thought we were building up for like 30 minutes to him going to get the bats because he's explaining his fucking vampire thing.
So, okay, so you're in teenage years, but the teenage years flash back to the kid years and then you go back to the teenage years.
I don't know. And this is where we start running into the problem where it feels like The Room, where characters exist to walk on the camera and go, Michael Morbius, you're such a genius with your synthetic blood. You saved my arm in the war. Thank you, Michael Morbius. I'm gonna leave. And there's a little sick kid that's in the scene in the movie for like 6 minutes to show you that Michael Morbius is the most caring physician in the world.
Just Morbin my job.
Just Morbin. And here's where the movie broke for me and Paige. It's the 15-minute mark in which his assistant Martine catches him in his lab experimenting on bats. And he's like, I gotta do with the blood. I gotta do a thing with the bats. It'll cure me, right? And the sidekick lady just goes, but at what cost? And it's like, do you know you're in a comic book?
Was there anything
what does that
to
fucking
indicate
mean?
That?
Like, I've created a new cancer medication, but at what cost? Okay.
Was there any indication that there was any reason to
ask?
Yeah. Okay.
No.
All right.
And
cool.
then.
Cool.
And this is where I'm gonna stop talking about the specifics of the movie, because this is the moment where I was like, oh no. And then Paige described it in a tweet that it's like the worst pseudoscience I've ever seen in a film, and I agree with her. He's like looking at bat DNA, and he's like, the bats can do the coagulants, and that can cure me, right? And he's talking about vampire bats. Not the vampire bats of the South American place that he was at. Just vampire bats, right? And he goes, well, vampire bats are the only creature on Earth that have evolved exclusively to feed on blood. And Paige and I just sit there and go, no, that's not true.
What is a mosquito?
What is a leech?
What?
It's one of those things that's just so flat wrong that it just. I'm like, no, that's wrong. That's what's a tick?
See, what I was waiting for was for the movie to start, and Morbius walks into the Bat Cave and he holds his hand out, and then the little text at the bottom says March 2020.
Okay. Yeah. And then the movie continues, and they definitely want to remind you that every newspaper everyone is reading is the Daily Bugle, by calling it out by name and putting it dead center. You definitely want the most uncharismatic FBI agents I've ever seen in a movie go, wow, this is just like that thing in San Francisco. You want dude, we were 48 minutes into the movie, and we're sitting there going, what is the plot? What is the plot? What is it? Where is it going? And then the villain shows up, and then the whole rest of the movie is the villain is bad, I have to kill him.
Is his introduction getting dressed and dancing?
No. He has just as much screen time as Leto does. He's all over the movie.
Okay.
He's Morbius's little blood friend from the blood orphanage. And like, how do I put this? There's just so many, like, it's so bad. Like every scene you're sitting there going, why is this happening?
So do they do the thing to establish at any point that, like, he's a hero, but he's a dark hero? He's not quite a villain.
The first thing he does when
Morbius.
He does the transformation is kill like 8 random people.
Okay.
So that he's like, oh, it's a curse, I'm a monster. But like, it's Paige reminded me that it's very common to vampire stories that vampires are unnecessarily dramatic. And this movie has the absolute biggest problem with stakes I have ever seen of anything, and then doesn't address it. So the whole crux of Morbius's personal problem is that he has made artificial blood for the purposes of having a story, and artificial blood keeps him from turning into a monster, right? But the artificial blood is losing effectiveness. So eventually he'll have to drink red blood.
Mm-hmm.
And he won't do that because he killed those people and he's a monster, right? However, he has like 30 pints of regular blood in his lab freezer that he loses. And then later on in the movie, steals a couple pints of transfusion blood out of like a paramedic's bag.
Uh-oh. Spoil Morb's incoming.
But he's like, but the artificial blood's gonna run out, and I'm gonna turn into a monster. And me and Paige just, so just steal blood.
So then you steal the blood,
just
and then
steal blood. Like one, you know those little blood bags you put up to an IV?
The IV.
That keeps him good for like a whole day. So there's what is the drama? What is the problem? Like, and then at the end of the movie, he just drives away and just forgets about it. Like that dilemma with the blood is just gone.
Does it just taste better when he bites it out? Like, is it just cooler and edgier? Is there like a freshness to it?
It's stronger or whatever.
Okay.
And it also has I don't know what to call it. I'm gonna call it a visual effects issue and a power issue. Okay, Wooly, Spider-Man in this universe even gets bit by a radioactive spider, and it rewrites his DNA. Very similar to Mr. Morbius, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does Spider-Man get? He gets powers akin to the abilities of a spider. He can crawl on walls with little things on his fingers. He's super strong. He's super fast. He's agile, yada, yada, right? That makes sense because he got his powers from cells and genes and whatnot, right? I don't know what part of vampire DNA allows a man to fly unassisted like Superman with flowing wisps of VFX energy coming off of him.
And it's like, not a rewrite, it's just blood, right? It's just a human body with better blood in it.
It's just a human body with a little bit of vampire bat DNA.
Okay. Because, it doesn't sound as if this is setting up the idea of, like, by the way, vampires exist and some of that is inside of him. It sounds like it's trying to do a science vampire.
It's definitely science vampire, to the point where they even have a moment, one of the most confusing moments of the whole movie, because the directing was bad. Okay? They're sitting in a diner, and his lady friend offers him a cup of coffee. And he goes, "No, thank you." And she goes, "It's decaf, don't count on the caffeine." And he goes to reach for the coffee, and he's like, "Ow, no coffee." Right? And he goes, "I'm not that kind of vampire." And me and Paige are sitting there going, what is the fucking relationship between a vampire and caffeine or like he doesn't need food? Food hurts him?
Was it
what
the
is
temperature?
Happening?
Was it?
So we had to rewatch it twice in order to realize that she put the coffee in a sunbeam. Okay, but here's why we didn't understand, because the past two scenes were him riding a bus in broad daylight. He had a hoodie on.
Yeah.
But they're talking in daylight and walking around outside in daylight. So why would we now think that what the fuck is okay, dude. Like most of the movie, just sitting there with your mouth open, just like, I don't know what's happening. Why is that? Why?
Okay. So Spider-Man exists as graffiti on the wall, right?
No, that was trailer only.
Oh wow. Okay.
The part where Michael Keaton talks to Michael Morbius, that's trailer only. That's not in the movie. What I will say, and this is gonna hit way harder for anybody that watched Spider-Man No Way Home. There's a little tiny piece of the end of Spider-Man No Way Home in the movie at the very end for like 1 second. The sky does a cool thing.
Ah.
And Paige was like, "What is that?" And I'm like, "Oh, that's a thing from the Spider-Man movie." And I'm like, "Okay." And she go, "Okay, right." And then the post-credit scenes are written by somebody who didn't know what the ending to No Way Home was. Like I'm watching it and I'm like, that's wrong. That makes no sense at all. And people are pointing out that the post-credit scene has since been cut to remove mentions of some characters, but not the one
Oh.
on Apple TV.
Oh, they
The
fucked
one
up the
on
post credits and then removed it.
It's like, really,
Wow.
it is nonsense. It makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. Like
Okay.
when they wrote the post credit thing for Morbius, like they did not know what the ending to No Way Home was, so they just said fuck it, and it makes no sense.
Okay,
It
well,
makes
hold on a
no
second.
Did you
Tune
see
out.
No Way Home?
Yeah, I did. So tune out if you don't want to have that spoiled for you if you haven't seen it yet.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
sure. We're gonna spoil the post credits of Michael Morbius right now in
More
5 seconds.
spoils. Incoming.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Michael Keaton as Adrian Toomes shows up in the Vulture outfit and goes, "I don't know how I got here, but I think it has something to do with Spider-Man. I'm thinking of getting a team together." And Morbius goes, "That seems interesting."
Sinister Sixing.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
like
okay.
Morbius doesn't know who Spider-Man is and also spent a whole movie trying to be a good guy.
So then,
And
like, a
also,
minute
why would
later,
Vulture from Marvel go to Sony for no reason? Why? Why?
Oh, man. Oh, it doesn't
Like
have
they
to make
didn't
any
get
fucking
it. Like
sense.
they literally didn't get what the end of the movie was and how that worked.
Wow. Wow. And because of the Venom stinger. Yeah, okay. Okay.
The Venom stinger in No Way Home makes sense. The
And
and the stinger at the end of Venom makes sense. This one makes no sense. It makes no sense.
But
And
shut up.
like
We want to establish our Sinister Six and nothing's going to stop us.
I saw an interview, not an interview. I saw people talking about it's apparently fucking Andrew Garfield like turned down the opportunity to be Spider-Man again in this next batch of movies. Like they wanted Garfield to come back for like Sony's fucking Spider-Mans, and
I
he's like, "No, I don't want to."
Yeah, I saw a bunch of press about that and about people going, "Oh man, yeah, back to the olds," and it's like, way to just ruin what that was, you know? If your desire is like, cool, now we can just do them all over again and keep them around, and you just completely ruin what that was. Way to just take the wrong thing
It's
from that.
the movie is like astonishingly poor.
Oh
Like,
man.
uh, um, like there's a there there's some, you ever have that feeling watching something and you're like, I bet the director thought this was really smart. So like Morbius and Matt Smith, is that his name? The Doctor Who, Morbius and Doctor Who
Yeah.
are arguing, and like they're arguing in front of like a street light or like a sign, and like no matter which way they turn and no matter which way they're standing, the red of the street light is always on the Doctor Who man's
Of
face
course.
because he's been eating people,
Yeah.
and the white is always on Morbius's face. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
it's that's what
oh yeah,
that's what Zack Snyder feels every time he clicks
right,
play on an MP3 while
right.
they're editing a movie.
And you're like, yeah, okay, right.
Yeah.
But then Matt Smith goes to a club and he's walking towards the club, and the club has like a red door, And so he's walking into the red, and I'm like, oh yeah, because it's blood, right?
Mm-hmm,
But
mm-hmm.
then it cuts to the inside, and it's like the entire wall and every single item in the frame is red except for Matt Smith. And he just stands there waiting for an elevator for like 2 seconds. I'm like, God, Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
I get he's a vampire. Like, fuck.
Every time Superman T-poses, with the light of Christ behind him, yep, it's that feeling.
Like, yeah, it's just like I just couldn't get over it. Like I swear to God, there are 6 conversations about I'm a monster. No, I can't. The artificial blood will wear off. I won't do that. And me and Paige are sitting like, so just drink real blood.
No, but
Just
the angst, though. The angst.
like somebody gave you a blood pack earlier in the movie and you drank it and you were fine for like a whole day. So we've established that that's a solution. So what is the more like you're fucking superpowered? You could do anything like what the fuck you, oh my god. So yeah, no, that is Matt Smith, the Doctor Who man, easy winner
Mm-hmm.
out of this movie. The scene in which he is dancing and putting on his clothes and making scary vampire faces, unironically the best scene in the movie.
Damn. Okay.
It's the only scene in the movie which perfectly makes sense with what is happening in the movie.
Okay.
Because he's like, I love being a vampire now. This rules. I'm going to go down to the club and have sex with a lady because I'm a cool vampire now and I'm no longer got leg blood problems.
Now, how's the Morb action?
It's okay.
Okay.
It has. I'm sure you've seen it. Sure you've seen it in the trailers, where like there's this wispy energy that comes off of the vampires.
Sure.
So they kind of look like wraith-like. When Mr. Morbius is by himself, and fighting a goon or whatever, it's fine. It's got a cool look to him, flowing around. When it's the 2 vampire mans fighting and they're both doing it and Morbius is in black and Matt Smith is always in white, it's a fucking mess. The final scene of the movie has, or like the big action sequence has like Michael fucking morbing out and a million bats and then Matt Smith morbing out and like and it's a fucking mess.
The fact that the stinger is not the only thing it should be, which is Wesley Snipes walking on camera, is a complete... I'm just confused as to how you don't nail that. Because it's the only thing you could think of that you should be doing. Great. This entire franchise should just be there to set up Wesley Snipes basically walking in and going, yeah, there were enough zeros. I took the check. Let's go. Because that's what, if you go back to fucking Radioactive Spider Blood, if you go back to the comic, like it's Blade and fucking Morbius and his mom, and that's the thing.
It's and I regret to inform everyone that at no point in the movie does Michael Morbius struggle against his Morb self and go, I'm starting to Morb. I'm morbing out, or it's Morbin time. I'm gonna morb. Yeah, that's the best. I'm starting to Morb is my favorite one. That being said, like walking in with all this stupid meme shit, there are like moments in the movie in which he is morbing out, like when he gets really vampire-y and all the visual effects go on and he starts to get super nuts, like he might as well be yelling out, it's Morbin time.
Man. I just, like, you take a trash fire like that and you reach out to whatever companies in this world of like crossover nonsense where the right paycheck can solve all problems, and you just promise the return of fucking Blade, and people will be like, God damn it, now I have to watch fucking Morbius 2. Everyone will have to watch Morbius 2 if you do that.
I think it is absolutely fucking positively insane that a movie that costs $25 to view on Apple is at the top of Apple's movie section right now, purely due to people like joking about the Morbius sweep and I'm starting to morb.
Pure meme value. Yeah.
It's like
meme dollars.
Like me and Paige were talking about Morbius on Twitter, and somebody hit me with a 31-second video in the tweets that was the movie, the whole movie.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw people talking about on Discord how people were getting banned from Discord because they're posting the entirety of the Morbius movie in Discord to watch amongst their Morb friends. Morbin.
Meme dollars, man.
Yeah,
they're
dude,
real.
It's
real. It's real currency.
Somebody in the chat just pointed out we're hitting B movie levels of meme. Absolutely, 100%. That's absolutely what is happening. Like it's, I would actually say if you are the kind of person who loves to see like a just really terrible film, and like as like somebody who's like, wow, they made every part of this bad. Like this is a great pick. This is a great pick. Because, like,
it's kind of a relief to hear that it's not middling, I suppose.
Oh, no. Oh, God, that would be the worst, right? No. Like, okay. I'm gonna use another example. So there's the little girl, and she's like, I'm Morbius. Thanks for helping me with my blood. Do you think we'll ever get a cure? It's like, oh, I don't know there, little child. I'm a great doctor, and I'm like a Morbius. I push myself too hard with the kids, but, you know, I'm a great doctor. And then later in the movie, oh no, she's burning up. She's burning up. Oh no, we got to put her into a coma to save her. Oh, there you go, kid. You're just gonna take a nice nap. You're gonna take a nice nap, and then you never see that kid again.
Of course.
And I'm like, what was the point of the scene with her getting the fever and the coma?
It's not about her.
Was it was it? I think it was to re-up on, even though Mr. Morbius is a monster now, he's still a great doctor and a caring super Morbius.
He's tortured and angsty, but he saves the kids, of course. Assuming that's what happens to them. Who knows if it cuts away.
So, like, all the dialogue is terrible, and, like, it's shit, and it's bad. Like, I think the romance thing is one of the worst ones I've ever seen, in which he just tells her to close her eyes and then walks forward and kisses her. Like, there's no cool line. He's just like, hey, close your eyes. And she's like, why? He's like, just do it. More. But there is one thing where I went, okay, that's all right. Hey, that's one good one. Where he, like, horribly, viciously beats a bunch of counterfeiters, which is one of the weirdest sets of goons I've ever seen in a film. They're counterfeiters. They're counterfeiting American money in, like, a weird lab.
Okay.
And he, like, viciously hurts them to steal their lab. It's very weird. But when one guy is doing the very typical, oh my god, oh, you're a monster, who are you? Right. Leto gets his big monster face and goes, I am Venom. And the guy runs away. And I'm like, okay. All right. That's okay.
Sure.
That's cute. That's a cute thing for a person that knows that Venom is around to do.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that movie sucks.
Good.
That movie is way worse than I thought it was going to be. Like way worse.
because it could have very easily have been a thing where like it functions for what it's trying to do. Everyone besides Jared is doing fine. It's structured okay. It's just
No.
cringy Jared, Yeah.
No. Like, and it's
Good,
like
good,
the
good, good, good.
the script is the biggest problem. Like, there are long portions of the movie that make no sense. Like, when he turns into Morbius, when Morbius turns into Morbius,
when he morbs,
when he morbs for the first time,
Yeah.
he's on a ship with a bunch of hired goons that are there to protect the girl that he's, his doctor friend, and he's like morbing out in the background, and one of them comes to check in on them, and she tells him to fuck off and leave, only for them to notice that Morbius has escaped confinement and is about to morb them all. And so he's killing all these random goons that he hired to be there to stop him if he morbed out. Like, it's so fucking weird. It's so goddamn weird.
That's what they want. That's what he signed up for. That's the script he read.
Oh.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay.
So yeah, I'm all morbed out.
The number one movie in America.
I woke up this morning and I asked Paige, like, Paige, what happened in that movie? She's like, I don't know. I was morbing out. So I'm going to go into my week later because I'm all morbed out right now.
Okay.
Wooly, what? Because you're not morbed out.
I'm not morbed out. I'm not morbed out.
You know what your experience with Morbius is going to be?
Mm-hmm.
Just like 5 years of overtime seeing every scene in the movie out of order as people posted on social media going, can you fucking believe this shit?
A series of GIFs. Yes. Over years.
Yeah, but like that will go up to the whole fucking film.
Yeah.
Like I have not watched the Halo show, but I think I've seen the majority of the Halo TV show and can remark on, boy, that thing looks like shit. I think my favorite one, some guy posts some terrible action scene. He goes, I mean, we can all talk about the quality, but we can all agree that this was fucking crazy, right? And it's like it is unironically worse than Haloid or Red versus Blue or what. Like it is like a high budget shit death battle of mass. It's terrible.
Media consumption through osmosis, basically, is what I'm expecting. Yeah.
Hey, before we move on, I just thought of something. Is there anything sadder than the person who is like standing something and goes, wow, look at this, and then the example that they choose is like garbage?
As the
is like
as
terrible.
Yeah.
It's like the two that I've seen in the past like year and a half is a photo of Ellie or a photo of Scarlet Witch going like, name somebody else who suffered more. It's just terrible.
Of course. Yeah. The equivalent of like, tell me something I don't know posts, Yeah. But the thing is too, and like the important thing to realize, I guess, with all of those types of posts, or the ones where like that fight scene from Boruto is literally the best animated fight scene I have ever seen. It is the best that has ever been made. This is the peak.
And it's the hard cuts between the faces, like a Dragon Ball episode.
And you're just like, yeah, and it's just like, okay, this is a child describing their relative experience on this planet, like.
Well, see, that's fun because then you see in the profile picture it's them and they're my age. They're in their 30s. And you're like,
well,
what?
While you were Morbin,
I was Morbin.
While you were Morbin, I was stranging out. I was getting some strange.
How's that?
I liked it. And I managed to dodge all the spoilers that you mentioned you hit.
I'm pretty sure I've seen the whole movie by now in GIF form.
So, it's a movie full of like reveals of sorts, and Yeah, I thought it was pretty fun. I liked it, and I feel like the reveals are like, so there's a thing I've been describing to Punch Mom every time we've gone to see like these movies and stuff, about how just like I kind of, you like, over time you want to just see them kind of like let go of the like tight, you want to see them let go of like the MCU's like kind of like babying you into like what comic book stories
Stranglehold
have
on
been.
style and content.
And you want also, and even when you get referential to other things in the universe or so, because comics don't give a fuck. They just go like, we're pulling, we're grabbing things,
no
you know.
shits.
And so this movie feels like Sam Raimi basically got carte blanche to do his thing, while also going, you know what? You either get these references or you don't. Fuck off. And we're just going to throw them in there. There's going to be the obvious ones that you're going to be like, I know what that was, and I recognize that. But there's the stuff where they're like, yeah, this is really, you either know or you don't what they're going for on this moment, this shot, this reference, this character. And the title of the movie kind of promises that you're going to get shit that is going to be referential, of course. So it's good that like they don't have to kind of hold your hand through a bunch of that, you know? People walk on camera and it's like, yep, that's that person.
Yeah.
No, whether you know it or not, whatever, we're doing it.
I will say, it was very... I didn't see the movie, but I feel like I've seen the movie. It was very shocking to me to see a couple of the actors in that film reprise roles that I was sure were going to be buried to time forever.
Precisely.
One
right?
in particular, can't believe they decided to go ahead with that actor again.
Really interesting. It's really interesting how they go about it. What is honestly, like, I mean, so yeah, you know, go, like, it's a fun MCU romp. Go see it, you know. But the thing that I think what I liked the most about it is that, like, it's MCUing, right? And it's you know, it's doing what you expect of that. But Sam Raimi gets to really inject his style and personality into it and make it horror when he wants it to be. And like, his stuff is like very, very present. His style is very present, and I like how much Sam Raimi you can see in it.
There was a transitionary shot of like a red sunset into like Wong's face. That's somewhere in the movie that I saw people complaining, like, we're not in the aughts anymore, Raimi. You don't do transitions like this. And I'm like, that transition rules.
Yeah. I know which one you're talking about. That transition is so
blunt.
I know which one you're talking about.
Like, it's so like fucking hard-headed dumb.
Literally a circle wipe. He does a full-on circle wipe at one point. You know. No, it was fun to see that, and like, then it kind of feels as if like there's a battle between like MCU style and like Raimi horror, you know, kind of thing. Yeah. And then like and then his horror desires win out in the end, you know. Some of the stuff that goes down is very just like fun from his sort of way, and, you know, the Evil Dead vibes as well and shit like that. Like, it's good. It's good.
From what I've seen, Raimi gets to have a lot of fun with it. With this is PG-13, right? Like that doesn't trip the R rating, right?
Yeah. You know, so that's a lot of fun as well. And it reminds me, honestly, it's very similar to like Civil War in that, like, the moving parts can come together fairly quickly because you're already familiar with all the pieces on the board, you know? So it kind of gets to just like move along really quickly. And that was good too, because like, yeah, it felt like a lot happened as a result of like very minimal need for setup. And and establishing in like, you know, the last couple things where Doctor Strange did stuff, you know, and his involvement in you know, No Way Home and in the MCU in general has been like, okay, this is what you do, this is what you're known for, and this is how things can go wrong when you fuck up. It's been established that when Doctor Strange fucks up, things are
fucks up really bad,
massive. Yeah, exactly. You know, so you can follow along with that. I would say even if you've seen all the moments, it's still a fun series of events.
Oh, I'm sure. It's just I'm in such a weird spot with that movie where like I'm pretty sure I know what the plot is, like beat for beat. I will say, I'm going to talk around this real gingerly, like because of its multiversal story hook, they get to do all sorts of stupid shit you wouldn't be able to do in a normal movie with this.
Yes,
and have it not matter at all.
Yeah,
for any future plans.
It was very fun to me because I remember reading old Marvel What If comics, and those What If comics were always like just like all the crazy shit, like, oh, what would what would it be like if this happened or that happened? And there's some that a lot of the wildest ones were involving characters that are in this movie. And you get to see a couple of sequences play out that are like, oh, that's literally just doing that What If comic I read back when I was 10. Like you're you know, because once you jump into alternate realities and things, you can kind of just consequences will never be the same,
why not?
Right? Yeah.
I have a complaint about the movie despite not seeing it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a complaint that I've seen echoed everywhere. Characters making bad decisions matters more and more and more the more capable or competent that character is supposed to be.
Yes. And
like
there's something
it's bad.
There's something I really like here that again, gotta. What I'll say is this, and I mean, if you want it to be as cold as possible, then probably tune out. So I'm not gonna, but the conversation we had about like how goofy the end of WandaVision was is fixed by the events of this movie.
Oh yeah.
And I really am happy about that.
I saw a really great superimposition of like the end of WandaVision next to like a single still from this movie. I'm like, oh yeah, you still mean that? They'll never know.
All those confusing moments I had about where I was like, what? But that's, and then this is like, yeah, exactly, right? So I'm like, okay, fair. You gave us a little. We had to wait. And then it made perfect sense in the end, you know?
I'll tell you what, though. Morbius could have solved that problem.
Probably could have, yeah.
Like that. He would have morbed it up. Wouldn't have had a chance.
And I do have to say, at this point, like, I also, like, just podcast-wise, I'm aware that, like, it's annoying when we try to have these conversations
when we dance and dance and dance.
I know that it's not the best, but, like, if we both see it, then we can do a spoiler cast type thing. But it's just I don't
particularly think there's a reason to just bust out like, oh man, it was crazy when this happened in a movie that's still like had just come out.
I do understand it is kind of annoying, and I'm just saying, like, this is my impressions of it, like from a like, hey, if you haven't seen it yet, here's what I thought was cool, and I think you should check it out. And then we can go into details if, like, we both see it, and
I especially think, like I get where you're coming from, but at the same time, I feel like we need to dance harder than ever before on anything of value because theaters are still a crapshoot, and we're in between COVID waves right now. So who the fuck knows when anyone's ever going to get to see anything?
Yeah, exactly. So that was part of it.
What a violently different.
Yeah.
series of experiences.
Now besides that, that was not the only multiverse that I enjoyed this weekend.
Okay, good. So, well, like, I had this moment, which it doesn't happen. It didn't used to happen back when we were recording shit, but now that we're both streaming all the time, I get to have this moment where I stream something. Now, god damn it! Oh, I can't wait to talk about this on the podcast. And then, like, I'm starting up, and then I'm like, oh, well, he's already streaming. Yes, he's already streaming the thing I wanted to talk to him about on the podcast.
So, Multiversus had its closed alpha, and I was initially planning to stream other games that weekend, but
Same here.
Stuff came up. The build didn't come out, and and then and I was just like, you know what? Here, let me just grab this code that I got sent and popped it in, and I guess going into it was like, all right, well, Nickelodeon came out, and that did
was
what
our
it did.
appetizer. That was our expectation setter.
That and it was all right, but it had some problems that were like clearly like a lot, some budget and time constraints that it couldn't really fulfill. Lack of character voices makes an impact, and a bunch of stuff. Some like whack stages, unfortunately, that you just couldn't really play on. So popped this in and took a second to kind of warm up, but this game's really good, man. It's fun.
I think I'll just go through it. First of all, I agree with you 100%. I'm gonna hit with the bullet points of like getting hands on. Step 1. Wow, they just stole the entire Fortnite front end.
Oh yeah.
That was like bullet point 1 on the main menu. I'm like, wow.
So that's the thing is I pointed this out a bunch, and people are like, Wooly is confused by modern day games, and it's like, no, it's that with fighting games in particular, when you take this approach, it's showing where your intent is.
Yeah.
Something similar came off of another fighting game we played a couple weeks back, where the front end is just doing that Fortnite thing, or also Overwatch, where it's like, here's a champion, here's a battle pass, here's a profile, and then options, and like the actual like fight locally, training mode stuff is like, it's there, but it's not as emphasized as the single player battle pass online journey.
And I'm looking at it, and it's like the font, the size of the quest boxes, the location, the color scheming they have on the battle pass, the size of the pictures on the battle pass. It's like, oh man, they just stole. So this wants to be
Runeterra
Fortnite fighting game.
Yep. It's clear what their intentions are from that, and like even Wonder Woman standing there, click on her to get the line of dialogue is like, that could just be Mercy standing there.
Exactly. So then I click in through the tutorial and I start moving around, and I'm like, okay, you've passed the button check of it feels good to move your character. And then I start fucking around with it, and I hear Matthew, because I'm playing as Matthew Lillard as Shaggy, and I realize, oh, I'm playing as Matthew Lillard as Shaggy. They got the voices. And then I go through training mode, and I'm like, that's Joe DiMaggio.
Yep.
That's fucking Batman, Kevin Conroy. That's okay. You have cleared the bar easy, like way up and above. Voice lines here and there, all over the place. And even Tara Strong as fucking Harley. But then I pick Arya, and I'm like, is that actually Maisie fucking Williams, a real actor?
They got the voices.
Crossover game,
which matters, man. And then Bug starts talking shit to fucking Arya, well, the North, remember that? And just like and I was like, damn, like Bugs keeps going in on Game of Thrones. Like, it's like, what the fuck?
It's absolutely fucking wild.
So here's the thing, right? This is the, clearly it's the video game equivalent of like what Space Jam 2 essentially was doing, as well as all the recent movies that are all about the reference and stuff.
You have no idea how right you are, actually.
I imagine. I hear whispers of things. I
Have
hear
you seen the
whispers.
whispers that in the full roster there will
I
be a
haven't.
LeBron James?
I caught wind of that, but I haven't seen the leak list in totality. Um, but yeah, I imagine that's the thing is, of course, the game you play of we can go anywhere in the entire WB verse. It can literally be anything, any movie that's ever existed.
And
And to
it's like,
prove
hey,
that, we're going to drop a Game of Thrones character into this roster so that you know we're not just doing cartoons and we're not just doing like Warner Brothers direct obvious properties, you know.
yeah, and that Game of Thrones character is going to be the game's Marth/Kirby analog.
Right.
As the
Um
weirdest combination of play styles and properties I have ever seen.
Now, the thing that matters the most, of course, is that all of this, like, brand mashup stuff, whatever, it's like, yeah, you're doing your Smash Brothers and stuff, but the gameplay needs to be fun. And I grabbed Garnet and just started messing around, and I was like, yeah,
Yep,
I like what's going on
it's
here.
fun.
And when you go to the move list and you see, like, what each move is set up, and even the move list reads like the like a MOBA or you know like
Oh, 100%.
a team shooter like
There's
move
buffs,
list,
debuffs, there's
all of these
the
texts.
description of their
Yeah.
special abilities.
And those things, I was like, oh, that's interesting. Okay, I see this kit. It makes sense. And like a lot of you know, fun details in that. And then as you go over the move list, I'm like, oh, this is interesting. Every character has extended design specifically for team play.
Yeah,
Every
it's
single
fascinating.
everyone has like at least two move, like their neutral B is a like this helps my partner in a major way type of
Yeah.
thing.
So the one that jumps to mind right now is I played a lot of Finn, the human boy, and his neutral is a high five, which is a nice good smack with a big hitbox.
Talk to the hand. Yeah.
But if you're doing it in it's a high five. And when you have a partner, you'll lock onto and high five towards your partner, and then you'll both become projectile invincible.
Yeah.
Like that's crazy.
It's
That's
huge.
nuts.
Rain Dog in the tutorial they show you Rain Dog can neutral B to lasso you in, and whereas Wonder Woman just lassos you back, Rain Dog stays connected via a line, and if you ever go jump off stage to play aggressive, they can yank you back before you die. So the tutorial that starts the game out encourages you to do off-stage aggressive play like expert Smash players because your partner can yank you back instead of you having to worry about it, you know? And then like Garnet is interesting because yeah, for her, like one, she has her neutral B, which is literally just the her singing and dancing, and
Yeah.
the aura by default it's like a projectile stopper, and then you can deflect them. But it also buffs anyone around in a Lucio kind of way with a speed buff and as well as armor breaking, and that's like a dedicated. That's what we do. Is it helps you and your partner together. But furthermore, like she can throw out or she can drop a star on screen, which she can then like zip back to, but your partner can grab that star and then they become the zip point, you know? So like I've never seen, no, not just platform fighters, I've never seen any fighting game put that much into co-op because like, I mean, you don't usually ever do co-op, right?
And so
I was someone who, I just want to finish the thought, like as someone who like I've grown up and I know and I love one-on-one and duels, that's my thing, right?
This is exactly what I was going to say.
I'm by default I'm like the kind of person that's like I don't want that noise, give me the 1v1. But after seeing how much they thought it through and put work into it and designed the characters around it, I was like, okay, no, wait, I'm down for the 2v2 because you guys actually put the work in and designed it to like not just have it be an afterthought.
So then you go and you play 2v2, which is, again, not my first pick. I don't think it was your first pick. And you load into a smooth 4-player rollback Smash clone
Of course.
that I had zero issues with at all.
Not a single hiccup playing crossplay the entire time we played.
Not a one.
You know, I mean, Rivals of Aether, you know, got the 4-player rollback working. Slippy got it going, of course, and like, yeah, now we've got it happening here, and not a single complaint about net play. It's fine. So that,
So like,
combined with the fact that the game is free 99, I mean, this thing has legs, man.
It's like I was very, very skeptical. I was like, oh, we're gonna like we just had the Nicktoons thing. I was just oh great, we're gonna have another one, and like the UI, the voices being there, the good feel, the good online, and then I went through their battle pass. Like I went through every single item on their battle pass to see what was in there, and I'm like, there's good things in here. Like it's not like, because it's a free to play game, right? So this is one of those things that matters. It's like a really bad one is terrible. Halo and fucking Apex are great examples of how to have just the shittiest battle passes possible that like just makes it a bummer. Whereas what's the final thing you get in the Multiversus Battle Pass? It's Jake's alternate costume, Cake the Cat, with voice. It might as well be a new character.
Shagworth also has a completely different voice. Yeah. So I don't know if like the battle pass is gonna be like if it's gonna be like, oh, everyone gets the default one and then you can buy a better one after. Or
no. The way it works is very clear from that, is that you level up normally, and as you level up, you get all the stuff in the free one. But if you want all the stuff from the bottom row, you have to buy the battle pass.
So it's not just like closed alpha people have an extra perk, right? An extra.
No, and in fact, that battle pass is probably not final. They're probably going to change it.
Okay.
Because nothing's going to carry over.
So then the other thing that I was like, I raised an eyebrow, and I still kind of do, but it's like, as we go through, and I'm like, okay, perks. What are perks? It's like, okay, put your gems on, drastically change your character. Not just like a little touch here and there. Like, no, 5 to 10% increased knockback, a triple
the signature
jump.
Skills have weird effects on them.
Massive, huge changes. Like Harley can aim one of her abilities with one of the perks. With Garnet, it allows her to, like her rocket punch can become a teleport star. You know, massive details there,
and some of the minor ones are bigger if your teammate puts them on. So there's one that gets you like a triple
stacking,
jump, but if your teammate also has it, you get like higher jumps as well.
So again, I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, I don't like gems, I don't like modifying the character, right? But I can see here that it's like what you want is for people who are playing this, especially for the first time for free, to enjoy a sense of progression and for them to enjoy their character feeling like they're getting stronger, right?
They also want to have a situation where if I actually shell out money to buy Batman, that I have different things that I can do with my one Batman character, because that's the only character I'm going to get to play for X time.
Right. So it's like, okay, the gems are in. I don't like the idea of that, but like, how is it implemented? Well, it seems like by level like 8, you get your first major like modifier to the character, and then by 10 you get the second one, and essentially there's gonna be 2 big perks that work almost, I guess, like grooves, or you can just play without them. But I'm guessing it feels as if what they're going for is the base character is a depowered version of what we intend the competitive version of this game to look like. And then once you get to those points, it's almost as if you're playing a character that they took away their super bar, and then they said, play up to, get to bronze. And once you're in bronze, you earn a super bar, type of thing. It's not what I'm used to, certainly, and like again, I always like I always think about balance and stuff, but for a new player to feel like progression is happening, I can understand where that's coming from, especially it's a free game, right? And at the point where people are at like level 10 or so, which I guess you get to in, I feel like you can get to that within a night of playing it. I know I did. You then you're picking between essentially 2 of those grooves, and then the small extra perks on the side are choosing to be you can either pick your own like things where it's like, I want like an arm, like when you respawn, you don't automatically become invincible like Smash Brothers unless you choose to put one of those on. Then it says like you get 5 seconds or whatever. Or you can match with your partner so that you can both be in sync with them and then stack them higher and such. So they want that to be part of it as well. And that lends itself definitely to MOBAs, because MOBAs have those progression things as you go through and then unlock more abilities each round, right? Like, the character you play at the end of the match is different from the character you start with, right? So I feel like that's their attempt in capturing that feeling. Yeah, I mean, there's other things like the couple of the characters were locked. There was Batman, Superman, Arya, and Garnet were locked, and then you can take the points that you earn by playing and either go buy the character
use your fight money.
Use your fight money to buy the character, to buy perks, and then I'm going to assume at some point possibly to buy cosmetics. You know.
I mean, it's fairly obvious that the game's monetization is going to be a rotating series of free characters, and then you buy more characters and or costumes as you desire. Like, it basically probably looks very similar to what we're seeing on the screen right now. It's the first of these, like, how do I put this? So one of there on the subreddit right now, there's a fucking thread about like what's the funniest fucking blank killers you've ever seen, right? And it goes into the history of like every single game to ever be labeled a blank killer has failed. Ever. It has never succeeded ever. And smartly, the Multiversus people are not calling this a smash killer, because I think that would probably hurt them. But it is definitely the first game that has ever tried to do Smash's thing that got the money and the time and the characters and the talent that it needed to even reach the same height.
This, to me, is not a Smash killer. It's a Brawlhalla killer.
Oh, well, no, that's assured. That's assured.
That's the direct thing it's coming for, right?
Yeah.
By being free to play and full of recognizable brands, which Brawlhalla has a bunch of rope-ins. They're getting guest characters. I see this as the action. That's a Brawlhalla market taker.
Like, at some point during this conversation, I want to joke about the leak list, which I have in front of me, because Warner Brothers is we can all correctly cry and freak out about the future of media being owned by like 2 companies.
Yep.
But in the narrow confines of the discussion of the roster for this crossover fighting game, Warner Brothers is probably the best pick outside of Disney you could possibly have, because even the leak list of legitimately data mined names is a wide-ranging batch of weirdos.
And the thing with this is when the game is free and then they announce that something from a property you never would have imagined is dropping, a bunch of those fans will come check it out, because why not, right? The same way it works in Fortnite.
I was talking to Paige about this on stream, and like the way that this works, because of the way licensing is expensive, the more obscure and who the fuck is that the character, the cheaper they are to get. Like, so hey, Space Ghost.
Yeah.
Right? People who love Space Ghost fucking love Space Ghost, but Space Ghost isn't $1 million IP to license for your fighting game.
So we threw this one out there, but like I pretty much went like, okay, so John Wick joins the roster, and when he spawns in, a little puppy follows him like a Pikmin.
Yeah, sure. Why not James Gandolfini as Tony Soprano?
Sure. Any HBO characters. Grab them. Yep.
Like one of the most obvious picks that Paige was blown away is not in the game, to the point where it might be the boss is where the fuck are the Animaniacs? They're literally the Warner Brothers and the Warner sister Dot.
Yeah. No,
would that not be a perfect boss fight for the end of that game?
The Animaniacs as a trio trainer style, and then
Bears?
the show Hysteria, the entire show itself.
Where's Larry David?
HBO.
Like what? Like why not?
Yeah. It's all
so like.
As long as Sorry, go ahead.
I have the list in front of me. Let's just fly through it in 2 seconds to get like the weirdos out of the way. Marvin from Looney Tunes.
Sure.
LeBron James.
Wild.
Joker. Nubia. Raven. Gandalf and Legolas. Harry Potter and Ron. Rick and Morty. Cromulon. Fred Flintstone. Johnny Bravo. Mad Max.
Yep.
Ben 10. King Kong and Godzilla. Neo. Scorpion Sub-Zero.
Yep, of course.
Gizmo of Gremlins. Emmett, possibly from Lego or maybe Back to the Future. Either are owned by Warner Brothers. Naruto.
Wow. Yeah.
Wreck-It Ralph or Fix-It Felix, and Hulk. The Incredible Hulk. These are all names.
The Disney character, Hulk.
Yes. These are all names that have been data mined out at some point.
So is Hulk is that just a flex to say, yeah, we can do Disney characters too if we pay enough? What the fuck?
Also, I'm adding this personally, as Warner Brothers owns the North American and European distribution rights to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Yeah, sure.
That being said, I was going through Garnet's moves, and she has an aura around her that stops projectiles as she sings, and then she can hit those projectiles back out. So Garnet functionally has the world and aura.
Her tilt attack is rapid fists.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, and then you can up or down or neutral for her to do the full-on the world uppercut or downward, like it. Yeah, so it's all anyway, so yeah, the roster is obviously meant to be like, they can just do anything, and whenever they grab any of those characters, it's gonna just be a massive like publicity thing. So it's got the ingredients certainly to hit like big mainstream fame. Playing it online, like playing with crews, brings about all the toxicity and fun possibilities you get.
Emotions.
Those good emotions of having a match with someone else that either is carrying their weight or not carrying their weight. And then at the end, you toast, which is the essentially the
consumable item.
Yeah, well, it's the Overwatch whatever kudos system there. Yeah. But like you collect it as a consumable, which then you convert into gold to buy things.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say, like, so there's two things about this game that really show, like, how do I put this? When a team really loves something and they have the resources to do it, it really shines through very strongly. So one of which is, I don't know if you went into the audio section of the options, Wooly. Did you see the mature content filter?
Yeah, there was a right.
So it unlocks like voice lines, I think, that are allowed to have swearing in them.
Mm-hmm. There's a streamer mode button there too as well.
But more than that is player one is Shaggy.
Mm-hmm.
Shaggy is the game's Ryu, and he really is the game's Ryu. Like, he has all Ryu's stuff. But more than that is that Shaggy has his neutral B. I'm going to call it, it's neutral triangle for me, but whatever, right? Is he powers up like a Super Saiyan.
Super Saiyan.
And the game has decided that in terms of character outlines, player one's default character outline is
yellow.
Super Saiyan yellow.
Yes.
So that when you pick Shaggy in the tutorial and hit fucking neutral B, Shaggy is going even further beyond.
So like they make
the very first thing in the game you do.
They make the joke in the movies and then lean into it because that joke becomes a huge meme. And then they have the board meetings where they go, like they have to explain, and like someone on the other end is going, so you're saying not Scooby-Doo, but Shaggy, right?
Yeah.
It's like, yes. Okay, and now the second character, also not Scooby-Doo, but Velma. What? Yeah. And it's like, just, this is what the internet wants, right?
That's definitely what the internet wants.
Now, here's the other thing that shows you, in terms of the design as well, that's fun. And seeing, again, as someone who's not looking for 2v2 gameplay when I play a Smash clone or a regular fighting game, when I see the incorporation of like how you design it, when I see that like, you know, it's an optimal way to play and you can do more and get more out of have more fun by doing things with a partner that you can't do otherwise, that's encouraging, right? Also, one of the things we always have fun with is like when you see a character come out like Phoenix Wright in Marvel 3 and you go, look at how fun that idea is, where you have to search for evidence and then go into turnabout mode and then use objections to blow your opponent the fuck up, right?
And then you start to play Multiversus, and you're like, look at that fun idea that they took from Marvel 3, where you fight and use evidence and yell objections and hit people with word bubbles, and then call the cops, and then they pull the opponent's face off, and it's Old Man Jenkins, and they take him away.
Like like they went right away to the experimental fun fighting game character design on the default roster, which means they're willing to go there. That's great. I like that. She's a support character that is better helping a main that's going to get the most kills than she is getting kills on her own, you know? She can heal you. She can play as... She's playing like a support. She's playing a Mercy, you know? Or an Ana.
It was... I lost my train of thought. Where was it go? Nope, it's gone.
Design.
Oh, got it. It's also, as playing a closed alpha in a game that I think is supposed to be out in July because the open beta is in June, it is actually pretty refreshing to see Taz and Velma there with big fat experimental stickers on them, i.e. these ones aren't done. No, we actually mean they're not done. And then you play as them and you're like, oh yeah, these characters are not done.
Taz is insane.
Taz is insane, and Velma can't kill people. She's terrible.
It feel like the moment I picked Taz, I was like, oh my god, it's Meta Knight if you just put it all into the whirlwind, you know? Yeah, I felt it right away. So, and then like we have a subsystem that involves turning you into chicken, and then that chicken will heal and take away your abilities. Like it's a stack upon a stack upon a stack of ridiculous, crazy stuff. And then when you look at the like, let's do something that is, let's give people who are casual players, especially, like the fun of items without actually putting items in the game, right? Let's just kind of scratch that itch. It's like, okay, so there's items, but they're character-specific things that you have to collect for your character.
And they're part of their moveset. It's like Peach's moveset.
Exactly, right? So instead of a Pokeball on the ground, it's like, no, part of, Daphne, not Daphne, God, Daphne. Part of Velma's kit is she's going to drop evidence that you have to collect to build up to the cop car, right? Part of
Bugs Bunny picks up random bullshit off the ground because he's like a Teddy or like a Faust character.
Finn's collecting coins, and then he goes shopping like Shovel Knight, who is Shovel Knight in Rivals of Aether, one of the best designed guest characters ever, mind you. Finn's got a little shop mechanic like that where you collect and buy, you know? Like, it makes items a part of like that thing you're doing with your character, and so there's no reason to care about it from a like, oh, items are busted kind of sense. Also, and this is Reggie was pointing this out afterwards when we were talking. He was like,
oh yeah, because he's a smash head.
He's a smasher, and like he gets in there right away, and like he's like, you could see the fire in the blood immediately when he started playing. The stages are immediately good. There's no
Oh yeah, that was really
problems.
obvious right away.
Right? You have a couple of training stages, and then you have like the 3 or 4 that are in that alpha, and they're all sane, balanced, normal ass stages. We didn't even talk about it when we played because it was just background. But it's like, yeah, no banned stages to worry about. Type of no poke floats going on. You know, it's just it's fine.
And that default Wonder Woman stage is like, wow, that's really just Battlefield, huh?
And the design change to, which also makes this very unique, is like no edge guarding in the sense of grabbing onto a ledge, but Mega Man X wall climbing along the side, which means that if you decide to play off stage and get risky, you can actually be safer because all you have to do is touch that wall and make your way back up. So it's not as scary to jump off to your death if you have that or a partner to pull you back, you know?
I think that the edge guarding stuff, because I'm terrible at Smash edge guarding. I'm awful at it.
Oh, right? Yeah, it's scary. Everyone is.
And I'm terrible at going out there and coming back, right? Smash has its own flavor of that. In this, I was like, I felt very confident jumping way out there because you have your 2 jumps, your 2 dodges, and your up and side B to get back. You're gonna get back, so that feels good. At the same time, it's way easier to get back to the stage because all you have to do is touch that tiny bit. But the core thing that I took away, I'm like, oh, this makes it much more fun for me, is that spiking or meteoring people who are climbing up the side of the stage is way easier.
Yeah.
Because they can only go straight up.
And then they have to play a game of chicken with you, you know? So exactly, you can come down after them. Or it makes moves like the safe drop from Bugs really good for cleaning up anyone on the wall, you know?
Get off the wall, die.
And so there's that. There's the fact that you have extra air actions. You can do 2 up Bs, 2 dodges, as you mentioned, and your second jump. Third, if you have the perk on, means like tons of air mobility.
Yeah, they have one of the earliest things is like 3 times just use up all your air moves before hitting the ground. I'm like, you're up there forever.
Forever. Yeah. Everyone plays like Smash characters with the max mobility, you know? And then the fact that dodge is a face button right there emphasized. It's the second thing you learn. It's super important. It's right next to jump.
It's also the right trigger if you're old-fashioned.
Yep, you can put in Legacy. But like that's there to show you here's dodging, here's what it does, here's how you use it. It matters a lot because there's no blocking and no throwing. So
yeah, I was very sad about no throwing. And then I'm like, oh, but there's no blocking to necessitate throwing. And there are still characters that grab you. It's just part of their kit.
Yeah, so now you play the game of dodges, and then when you do dodge successfully, you see a little thing pop up for it, certainly. And there's a dodge meter, so you can deplete that if you do it too much. The layout, I switched back to Legacy, so you can do it Smash style, where the score is at the bottom. I prefer the new one. I like it underneath the character.
I think it's really nice. And I really like it when a game that has nothing to do with another game labels the all-time decisions of the old game as legacy. I think a lot of shooters do that with controls. Like there's shooter controls called like green thumb, and it changes it to the Halo controls kind of thing. And here it's like if you go in and change all the UI shit to legacy, it's like you have just turned it into Smash Brothers. Interface wise, like it's hilarious.
Yeah. No, man, that stuff's really fun. Yeah, I felt like I got good matches, you know, the whole time. And then I went back in and I played more, you know, yesterday. And got to the point where, you know, like I said, I unlocked those perks for Garnet and then just, you know, spent a bit more time with it. And it just it's gonna be a fucking beast. I think this thing's gonna do numbers.
So this is the
crossplay is not. There's nothing there, like because crossplay is there, because the rollback is there, because it's fun to play, and like the roster and all that is sorted out.
It has the right roster.
And the stages are not insane. All of that is there. There's no, God damn it, guys, do this, right? And like, and I'm like I said, and I'm totally okay with like that perk stuff and everything. It's like it's not what I want, but I get it. It's a free to play game.
That is definitely not a deal breaker.
It's not, because it's a free to play game. I totally get that. There's no real like, oh god damn it, if only. It's like no, those are all there. So the only thing is just like, what characters are they going to throw in? And that's it.
There is only literally one thing unknown remaining that they could do quite badly that would hurt the game, and that is here's Shaggy and Batman to start, and every other character on the roster is $12.
Yes. If the thing that we got to try out for the alpha this weekend is what people get when they download the game, that's going to be great.
Yep. Even if the roster's twice the size, if you have that starting roster playable, let's say 10 characters are always available. Fine.
Here's my complaint going into it, and this is like, now that I've come out the other side and I'm like, oh yeah, this is really fun. It's a thought, but like, I really obviously wish there was local. It sucked that I couldn't. Me and Reggie couldn't play directly. We really wanted that. That was a bummer.
It makes sense,
so the test,
for alphas and betas that
the test was emphasizing it, and like you know, like again, like I really wanted it, and it was annoying that it wasn't there. I felt the same way about like DNF Duel when they did their beta. But in the end, like again, the game feels good, so I'm happy that it's going along that well. I was very pleasantly surprised. I just I really fucking hope that the final, because they said local is going to be there, I hope that the final release of the game has local co-op online. So
I'm sure it will.
You and a couch friend can go against others online. That would be fucking amazing.
I think you and I could have a nice match. I'm just thinking about like who would our most obvious partners be. I think Reggie might have it in the bag over the wife. I think that particular part may be a mismatch.
Dude, like honestly, like the moment like 2 matches in, he starts talking shit in French, and like we're having a conversation.
And she's like, I just got away from that shit.
And he can't even hear me anymore because he's just in it. And I'm like, oh man, the Smash blood has been unlocked, you know? The fire is there. Yeah.
So
he went in.
Before we move off Multiversus, it's really impressive. Like I went in with very low expectations, and every single low expectation was invalidated, if that makes sense. It wasn't surpassed, because that's not fair. Of course it was surpassed. It was like, oh no, they know, they understand. But the one that really got me very, very, very quite badly, and I'm like, I cannot believe this, is that I spent most of my stream on Multiverses playing as goddamn Superman.
Really?
That is
interesting.
Easily the most fun and most interesting version of Superman in a video game ever.
Combo,
and I was really
grabs.
bad. I was really quite bad with him until I looked at his stats, and it's like, oh, Soups gets to dodge up or diagonally up for free, unlike almost any other character in the game. And I'm like, how good can that? Really good. That, and the way his side B is like a teleport punch. No, I mean the dash with the hit.
And I'm like,
oh, this feels like what it should feel like playing Superman.
To be Superman.
You can fly anywhere instantly and power through things. And I'm like, oh, yeah, no, this is a blast. Superman. I
just in the lab for 2 seconds. I jumped, did the laser, and then immediately into the side B grab, and then it's like, oh, and then you can follow up, and it's like, oh, there's combos that are like set here, you know.
I did up A into the fucking up grab into the side grab. It's all sorts of stupid shit.
Superman can basically be a grappler if you play him that way.
But then I'm like messing around in my options, and I'm like, you know what Superman loves? That's right, incest. So let's throw on the the House Lannister kill effect
Yep,
on
exactly.
Superman, so that
Exactly.
every time I KO somebody, he's going, "Yeah, the incest lion, woo!"
Always pay your debts. Um, I mean, it's let's not pretend that House Targaryen ain't all about the incest too. You know,
Yeah, Game of Thrones is
sister wives.
Game of Thrones.
Like it's
Game
not
of Thrones,
two
man.
two out of three of those banners are incest
Yeah.
houses. So let's not mince words here. But anyway, I think the yeah, this is it's looking good, feeling good, and because it's a closed alpha, like a lot of people couldn't try it, obviously.
Oh,
So
there's. I'm lucky. I'm an influencer, so I didn't get a code, but I just went, "Hey, does anyone have a fucking?" And I got 6 codes, right? But what I saw is like as streams started to happen on the Saturday when you were streaming it, I saw people start to get like, okay, I didn't get a code. Does anyone have a code? Making Reddit threads like, is there a code? And like, it's like, ooh, good, smart on the closed alpha because you're creating a frenzy.
yes, people wanted to get in once they started hearing about the game being really fun, right? So it had a little effect of like, oh shit, streams are going live. Word on the street is this is all right. You watch people having fun with it, and then they're like, oh shit, I want to get in. And it's like, okay, so they had that little knock on effect of, as well by doing it that way. I mean, I really hope that they run an open beta ASAP so that everyone can see what we're talking about here.
Let's find out.
Because
Open beta is going to be confirmed in July.
cool.
It's
Okay.
also going to carry your progression over, which
Okay.
to me says it's going to roll right into full release. So let's just say that the game comes out in July. But open beta and full release are weird distinctions when it's free. Open beta is just a way to release it and go, it might be fucky for a couple weeks.
And yeah, it's all last gen and current gen. No
It's
Switch
everything
though.
but the Switch.
Yeah.
And
Now,
the fact the Switch is not in there is a bummer to everyone who has a Switch and wants to play it there. But it has smooth ass rollback and crossplay on 5 systems. The Switch had to go for that.
if
Like,
if
period.
they could get Switch in the mix, that would be huge. That would encroach on Smash territory to for some people, because quite frankly, as if you're a Smash player, if just the fact that you're going to play a different game that's going to give you better matches because you're now getting to play with rollback, if you're still out of fucking Wi-Fi, but better online matches would be way more fun. You know?
I can genuinely imagine that they looked at the Switch and they're like, in order to make the game look the way they want and also have the same kind of
Maybe.
rollback that the others have, the Switch was just not an option.
Maybe, you know.
Also,
Or
now
to
they don't have to compete with Smash Brothers at all.
directly. Right. Or you make a Switch as its own server thing, or
Oh, that would be a bummer.
It wouldn't feel good. But like the overlap of people that are like, there's people with Switches and kids that are like, yeah, I want like, that are looking for a free Smash-like game. Anything Brawlhalla's doing essentially has a big audience there, and it would be really nice to be able to see an example of like how rollback is working over people connecting to each other via Wi-Fi and see how much better the matches look, because there will be a significant improvement, but it's still fucking Wi-Fi, right?
Yeah.
It ain't solving that problem, but it would be great to have to have a comparison for that. Anyway, yeah, man, that's it. Just the game did what it promised, and everything it kind of feels like right now, providing they're not doing any wild changes between here and release, like this thing's gonna be a beast. I think it's
gonna hit it. It
Yeah.
is the exact fighting game that you and I have been talking about. Like, there's going to be one that gets to the free-to-play Apple first. And I thought it was going to be Project L. No, it will absolutely be this one.
I mean, of course, Project L is more of a traditional fighter. This is a platform fighter. The 2v2 thing, it's significant. But yeah, and it has the roster power behind it, as well as the rest of it being clean. So,
2v2
I also
is smart as a gimmick because it's
Mm-hmm.
very different from Smash, and
Yep.
also it enables the what I'm going to call the free to play guilt offload system where,
Mm-hmm.
well,
It
my
wasn't
my
me.
randomly selected teammate was garbage,
Mm-hmm.
so
Mm-hmm. No, I feel like they were given the time and money probably to just make sure that every like all Warner Brothers needs to worry about is the roster, because the rest of it is just doing what um anything that's learning from Smash should be doing. Um
mhm.
it's doing what really like all the things Nintendo kind of refuses to do that should have been there by now. It's got all that covered. So shout outs to Player First Games. Yeah, that's the
Yeah, for
studio.
real. This has the possibility. I'm going to use the term copies, even though it's never mind. This, because of its freeness and the right roster and its quality, definitely has the chance to be the first game to make one more $1 billion.
That's the goal. Um, and shit, like if anyone's on the roster, if you can even get into that Disney world, then you can even confirm that
I
with
mean, the
a
Warner
Morb drop.
Brothers has nothing to do with Naruto, and he has files in the game, which says that they are going outside of Warner
Mm-hmm.
Brothers to just grab fucking whatever, man.
Morb content incoming. Um,
Wouldn't it be the most fucked up thing in the world if this game had the best version of Naruto in a fighting game? There have been so many Narutos in a fighting game,
mm-hmm.
and they have varied wildly in quality.
Well, that's the thing. It's not just that, but like Johnny Bravo and like Samurai Jack, these Cartoon Network characters have showed up in a bunch of places, and like the version here might be the best thought out as long as love is put into it. Shovel Knight showed up in a lot of places, but it's never been as well done as Rivals of Aether. The design of every other character here feels as if, what, it's probably going to be their best versions. I grabbed, like I said, like I grabbed Taz and I was like, oh my god, this is nuts. This is like that's a kit that's really powerful. Was cleaning up with him, and then even people that I'm not using, where I was like, okay, Velma is not for me, but I like the
No.
ideas, right,
Yeah,
of what
she's
she's
cool. I'm
about.
glad she's there. I will never like to
Um,
play as Velma.
Arya is Kirby, and like
Marth.
at the same time, and you're like, okay, and then you can do things with the tracking dagger that zips over, like really interesting interpretations, Yeah.
For fighting game nerds, the game has a whole separate layer of Tom and Jerry is the Carl Clover of this game. That's genius.
Gato 1.
That's fucking genius.
It's
Like,
it's Gato 1. Tom and Jerry, that's basically Jerry's Eddie, Um you
that's
you can see them, their fighting is like they're just trying to get each other. But whatever they're doing just happens to hit you.
yeah,
You
it's
know.
it's one of the best. Like, Tom and Jerry in this game is probably one of the best fighting game designs for animations I've ever seen in anything. In that they're enacting their own Tom and Jerry cartoon outside of the context of the fight.
Mm-hmm. Now,
It's legitimately perfect.
so like it's like, and if the far-reaching guests, tentacles can grab whatever they want. Imagine a world where Itchy and Scratchy also show up. Imagine, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and their special super mechanic is watch out, Itchy, he's Irish, and they both pick up bats.
Or go into the was it like the Dutch version maybe of the
No, it was the Soviet bloc
Soviet.
worker in Parasite.
Yeah. So the moves write themselves. Yeah.
It's
There you go.
it's really weird because, like, I remember there was a Smash moment when, like, I forget what the turn. Everyone, I think, had a different moment where it's like, oh, it's anything. Like I think like when Cloud showed up, or Joker or something. It's like, oh,
Bayonetta.
it could be anyone. And with the multiverses thing, it's like it's now like it's the same feeling of, oh, it could be anyone, but it's reaching back in time to Smash and slapping in video games on the Smash it could be anyone. Because now I'm like, is Ian McKellen gonna be my favorite fighting game character? Okay, I don't know, maybe.
Like, Tony Soprano is not that far a stretch from the other IRL picks you could go with here. It just might be a bit weird with the voice clips. Yeah, and then also, just last note here, you go to advanced tutorials and the game's like, oh yeah, here's wave dashing, here's dash jumping, here's dash into attack cancels, and then attack into dash cancels.
We're gonna put Mr. Meeseeks at the absolute ass ends of every corner of the stage, and you're gonna use your aerial abilities to get to the top right, top left, top, like the four corners of the stage, and kill Mr. Meeseeks to show off your aerial movement.
WB has licensed the farmer in the Dell because Omar's coming. Yeah.
I want Michael Jordan to be in the game, and I want Michael Jordan to cost $5 extra over every other character.
And his side B is he tosses an iPad. Yeah, but they put, so there's advanced tech in for Smash players to be like, oh, yep, movement options are there. There's
an option in the training mode that is like, show me a standard juggle. Like it's all there.
And the character interactions have all been, there's been a lot of lines that are between the two. Superman talking shit about Shaggy sandwiches, or like I said, Bugs and Arya, or like,
I dropped my controller when I was fucking around in training mode as Shaggy beating up Batman. I heard Kevin Conroy goes, oh, the rumors about his power level must be true.
Right. Or
like, are you serious?
Or Garnet attacking Taz and just going like, stop spinning around. Like, get back here.
I remember KOing a player as Garnet, who's playing Garnet when I was playing Superman, and there's something weird about Garnet just going, yeah, not too bad, Superman. That I'm like, this is fucking weird. Like, imagine how much harder Smash would hit if any of those characters could fucking speak.
Also, for some reason, everyone's got their like, phooey, I guess I lost the match animations, and Garnet
some of them just die,
explodes and dies. It's horrifying. She splits into the two gems, and
then they crack and she's dead.
It's crazy. Yeah. So, cool. I'm giving it its flowers.
What a nice surprise, which feels mean because like the game never looked bad ever.
Nope.
But like its immediate contemporaries gave me the lower expectations.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, when we saw the announcement, it's like, okay, here comes another one. Sure. But
someone in the chat asked who's Captain Falcon? Shaggy. He's got Falcon's knee and his punch and the Falcon punch.
He's got the knee. Yep.
It's Shaggy.
Although Superman's side B kind of grabs you a bit like Captain Falcon.
Superman's Ganon.
Okay. Fair. It's more than Falcon, yeah. Harder hits, big charges. Yep.
It's yeah, like
Batman's just sheeking it up, in a couple of ways.
Harley is Snake.
Oh yeah, Harley is absolutely Snake Grenade. Like Reggie was doing all the Volk voice call outs for like the grenades and shit like that. It's like, yeah, traps and bullshit.
I had a weird moment playing as Harley because I had run around the roster before picking her, and I was doing okay, and then I grabbed Harley, and then I just kicked the shit out of the people I was playing against.
Arya is Kirby. Taz is Meta Knight. Shaggy's also like Ryu with the fucking uppercut, and
the kick.
But yeah, the vibes are there for sure. There's also the Mario bite. Yeah, Jake the dog has
He's dull.
yeah. He's got some weird abilities, but that's what Jake would be, right? Anyway.
Jake, I had so much fun with Jake because his side punch can be aimed in like
Any
a
direction.
90-degree arc. And
180.
I was like, oh, 180?
Up, all the straight up to straight down.
Oh my God.
Full
Because
range.
I was like spiking people to hell when they were trying to come back on the stage. Jake's great.
And he gets the kickflip combo where he skates. You can do like a down B down tilt.
Yeah, and the little score thing comes on.
Good, great, awesome.
You know what? I have one last thing to say about Multiversus, and it is in developer intent. In Smash Brothers, every now and then it's possible you could be sanctioned for teaming up on a weaker player in 2v2, or taunting excessively, or showing off bad manners or whatnot. And in Multiversus, the first loading screen tip I ever saw was, this is the button to taunt. Do it at the start of your match. It's fun.
Yeah. If they taunt you and BM you, but then toast you afterwards, it's all fine.
It's all good.
Yep. Okay. I gotta use the bathroom, so let's take it there, and then
I'll also use the bathroom. Why not?
Touch on some other stuff. All right, be right back. Okie doke. So, that aside.
Wait,
Hey,
there's more. It's been
what?
brought to my attention that Warner Brothers technically owns Rooster Teeth, which owns us, which means we could be Multiversus characters.
Oh my god. I'll I'm shocked and I completely was not prepared for this. Please pay no attention to this file I have, which is all of my Smash Brothers kit pre-designed and ready and waiting to go.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, what else do you do with your week, man?
Turns out, word on the street was correct. Final Fantasy VI, pretty good game.
You closed it out?
Got there.
That final sequence is fucking nuts.
I have to say,
Mm-hmm.
when I saw the final sprite of God Kefka, God Emperor Clown, I had seen that before without knowing what it was.
Million times, I'm sure.
And I didn't know what it was. I had never seen the build up to it.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's awesome. What, like 25 years later, guess what? Fresh eyes, that shit ruled.
That is a big sprite.
Right? Furthermore, that escalation alongside Dancing Mad, holy shit. What a sequence. Yeah. That was really cool. Pick your final order, go in, and then make it up fucking Dante's Inferno, Paradiso, you know, like all of it. Get your way through the different layers of hell. What an absolute awesome closing sequence.
It is decades out, still one of the best. Everyone's going in. Everybody's going in on the final.
Yep, all the warriors, and that obviously feels fucking great, right? That's a really cool, empowering moment. So like it's one of these conversations too where I'm like, okay, I see where, right, people have the battle of like, yo, 6 versus 7, 6 versus Chrono Trigger, all of that.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I can see where those battles rage and how. I will say that no boss into Final Transformation has ever been as cool as that one. Like Sephiroth
definitely has a way better final 2 hours.
Sephiroth doesn't. The final form does not get anywhere near this one, and the less said about Lavos, the better. You know, with the final form, even though the sequence itself of going through time is unbelievable, and World Revolution is one of the greatest tracks ever. The actual like art of the fucking final form, and in this case, it's not just kind of like, remember in 10 when that foppish dude with the blue hair, I forget his name. Seymour. Remember when he just turns into a Final Fantasy boss?
Yes.
Right? And you're like, oh yes, you are a Final Fantasy character turning into a Final Fantasy boss. Sure. Right? This is what happens, okay? It like, you're looking at it, you're like, well, yeah, that's a big old, you know, angelic design, and you know, certainly the One-Winged Angel is a bit of that, but in the context of what Kefka's doing and why and how, where it's like, this is a fucking narcissist, insane, like the literal height of hubris. You're staring at the literal height of hubris in physical incarnation. So it's more than just, I grew some wings. It's like, no, it's all my ego manifest because this is what I do with the power. And like, it has way more sense behind why it looks that way than just like, I'm really powerful and I'm a godly being and that's all there is to it, you know?
Yeah, so like
his personality makes that make sense.
why does Sephiroth get a wing? Well, because the designer of Sephiroth's final form thought it would be really cool if he was like a fucked up seraphic looking being. Why
Right.
does Kefka get a wing? Because Kefka thinks it would be fucking cool to have wings.
Yeah. Kefka sees himself that way. It's not just this is how my full true form manifests and it's whatever, you know? That means a lot, man, because a lot of characters, like when they unleash their true form or whatever, it's just kind of like, well, I guess the idea is you were born this beautiful creature and then that's all that's what it is, you know?
Mhm.
His ego manifesting in that way, and then the tower itself being just, you know, the continent and all the garbage of everything that was slapped together from the world of balance. Like it's all just it's a testament to his self worth, you know, his vision of what he is, and it makes all the more like it makes so much sense when you finally ascend to heaven and you take him on in that way, and you guys are just you're doing it, you know. But that transformation sequence to me is that's the top. That's better than any of those other final sequences I've seen in anything contemporary or by comparison, like because it has a meaning behind it.
If I had to break, because the argument with Chrono Trigger and FF7 and FF6 has been going on for like 25 years or something like that, because they all came out like right next to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I hear you describe it, it's like FF7 has the best beginning and Chrono Trigger has the best middle portion and FF6 ends the strongest. And
Yeah,
I feel like the way that resonates with people is going to depend on which one they're going to grab as their personal favorite.
so as I described it, when I hit the moment, I'm like, give me a second to like digest it, you know? And I think it reminds me of, because again, whatever, woolly limited range here.
Here we go.
I'm gonna make
He's
a persona.
Morbin out!
I'm gonna make a persona comparison, specifically in the way we compare 3, 4, and 5, where they each have strong elements that are completely separate from each other. Right? 3 has the strongest ending. The conclusion.
Yeah, that's not a question at all.
Done
that's
and done.
super obvious.
4 has the strongest antagonist. 5
Easy.
has the strongest crew.
I would say so.
So these particular elements are where they shine in my you know in my book. And so yeah, that's the thing, is I feel like when you're comparing those 3, you have to give that ending to 6. You have to. It's great. And the fact that it's also like in your control as to how soon or how slow you want it to go, you know? And by the time I was rolling in many hours of World of Ruin later, I'm like, oh, this song is the song. It's burnt in. Search for Friends. This is it. This is the track, you know? It's as soon as you fucking, like, I went and I did all that grinding and stuff, and it took a goddamn long time, but like that track was fucking burnt right in, and I'm like, yeah, years later, this is what I'm gonna be thinking of, you know. The momentum behind that second act into the finale is it's killer. It's so fucking good. The bits and pieces of old game design.
Feel when you come up, the FF6 came out in like what, 96?
Yeah.
Okay, so how does it feel, guy who is coming up on this 25-year-old game that is like a golden pinnacle, and you're like nearing the end and everyone's telling you how absolutely incredible it is, and you're like, god damn it, I hope this lives up to this shit.
And then it actually does.
Like, because it's really old, right? Maybe it's just nostalgia. And then you get there and you're like, yeah, still.
Yeah. No. What I honestly felt was, holy shit, I could imagine if this was back in the mid 90s and you hit this.
Would blow in your fucking mind.
Your brain's gone on that. Yep. If I can feel it in its echoes this much later, with the influences that it's you know, and things that have shaken out from it. In the moment, at the epicenter of the explosion, it must have been unbelievable, which explains why it's the only thing a bunch of kids I went to school with could talk about. You know what I mean? Like it all kind of, it makes a lot of sense.
There's one that kind of hurts me, because you're never ever going to be able to get across to somebody just how nuts it was at the time. Like more than any technical thing ever, is I don't know how to show to anyone that was born in like the year 95 or later how fucking insane it was that the entirety of Metal Gear Solid was voiced.
Exactly.
Like I don't know how to get it across.
Yeah.
That it had been literally decades of beep boop at best.
And then I rent Jurassic Park 2 one day and lose my shit because the intro happens to have voice acting as we speak.
Yeah.
My men are on their way. You know, like, wow, they put a SNES cartridge they got voice acting on the SNES cartridge. I didn't even know you could do that.
Bananas.
You know, they compressed it to shit, but wow. And then the whole goddamn thing. And then live action footage and exactly that feeling. 6, where the age really shines through in this late visit to it, though, is in all of the mechanics that by now, like, what the way I describe it is like when we bug test, something that is considered user path 0 means this is a really bad bug, perhaps, I don't know, but no one is going to find it. It's so obscure that the player will almost certainly not run into this. User path 1 means if you scrape, you're gonna hit it, but only if you're scraping, you know, and then it goes up from there. 2 for, you know, the average run, 3 you can't miss, etc. So stuff in this game being so anti-current design, where it's like people to this day still have not seen those limit breaks, right? The desperation moves that exist in this game, not one happened at any point during my playthrough. Oh, you squint because
what?
Do you even know what I'm talking about? Okay, so there you go.
What are you talking about?
There are limit breaks in this game that only happen when you're at low life. And there is an extremely small percentage of a chance of it happening. Probably like 1 on 255 if we're going by the game's internal like fucking 255 register on everything else. There's a limit break that can pop off, and you have very little to zero to no chance of seeing it. We didn't see one, but it's a thing. There are limit breaks in FF6. This is what I'm talking about. Pat's freaking the fuck out.
What am I looking at? Riot Blade?
Yeah. Here we go.
What the fuck is this shit?
Exactly. Right? All these years later.
I just saw Cyan do Tsubame Gaishi with the fucking moon symbol, and I'm like, oh, so that's the move I've been hitting on Samurai for 4.5 years. It already existed.
The references that come along later.
These are all FF14 buttons.
Okay, so
like every single one of these that I am seeing is a button in FF. There's Shadow Fang,
Tiger Break, Spinning Edge,
even the same. There,
and they fucking.
That's the dash move.
Isn't that insane?
Hey, wow. I did not know that.
Okay, for
Riot Blade is the second button you get as a paladin in 14. I thought it was just a fucking
made for no one. Right? Like, there's so many people that are gonna go through the entire game never seeing any of it. Someone was like, I saw one, basically. It's crazy. And yeah, everyone has those animations. You can go look at the compilations there. People were going.
I never saw that because every one of my characters could heal themselves. So if they hit a knee, they instantly heal themselves their first turn.
Exactly, and this is what I mean, right? Games that's not a thing anymore. Where it's like fucking a secret you'd never heard about 25 years later. you know, and then the other things that are like meant to be like end of the game secrets, like there's shit that's just, if you played this, there's no way, not only would you almost likely never run into it, but the one kid in your school who did and went to school and went, guys, I was flying around and then suddenly I got into a fight with a death gaze on the airship. Yeah. And everyone would be like, you're a fucking liar. What are you talking about? You know?
Yeah, and the only kid that actually did fight that guy goes, I didn't know that was supposed to be a boss. I just cast Vanish and then X Zone and it killed him instantly. And everyone's like, that's stupid. You can't do that. Turns out that you didn't have that experience.
Yeah, really. They fixed a bunch of stuff.
They fixed that, which apparently there's a couple bosses in World of Ruin that nobody knew how hard they were for like decades because everyone just instant killed them. That you had to fight for real.
Intangier also had some instant kill shit that I didn't have. Yeah. But that's exactly it. Like, you have shit like that where when the time came, like between sessions, Reggie warned me, don't fly around. And I was like,
yeah, definitely. No.
Okay. And then not only did nothing ever happen, but when the time came to look for it, we had to fucking fly for like 20 minutes, maybe? It's a single pixel on the overworld that you have to come into contact with. It's nuts. There's such a low chance of hitting that. And then, you know, other things like certainly like the some of the Coliseum shit is just completely out of your control, and that shit's just wildly never going to go your way unless you build up like an exploit character or so. The Cursed Shield, you know, 255 matches, victories with the shield on to get the transformation on that. I mean, and then if you want to go collect everything on the Veldt, good fucking luck, man. Because the way that game picks what shows up on the Veldt is by grabbing a folder of every dungeon area, and then inside that folder is a particular formation of enemies. But if you grab one folder, the next time around it's just going to rotate and then do another refresh. So there's a double randomizer for you to get the thing you're looking for, making it extra hard essentially. You know,
so I feel like, by the way, that I feel like they probably changed Death Gaze on the remaster, because I had the opposite situation where if I was flying around at all, Death Gaze would just hit me every single fucking time and I'd have to run from it.
Couldn't fucking find it at all. So that must have been changed then. Like the idea of going to find it a second time because it ran away it'd be like hours wasted. It'd be crazy. Then the chances of stealing items, I think it was like you have a 7 on 8 chance of getting a common item, 1 on 8 of getting a rare. And maybe it was explained to me wrong. I've seen people come in to say that there's different explanations for this, and someone was saying that in the remaster it seems like it's 4 on 255. But whatever the case was, the odds of stealing a Celestriad were basically like, it happened like 3 times over the course of 3.5 hours of Coliseum, and then each of those 3 times it never resulted in a win. So it was wild how much this game is willing to just, old JRPGs don't give a fuck if you see it or not, you know? How many kids were called horrible liars, you know, and were fucking pushed for saying, no, but it's real though, and they just got shoved for lying.
That era directly led into the worst era ever, which is, dude, you can totally bring Aerith back. It's like, you just got to do this. You just got to do that. Dude, you just got to do this.
Fuck bringing Aerith back. You can bring Leo back.
Yeah, no, that was the original. Yeah.
You can get Leo on the party.
You do this, and this. Someone will jump in front of Leo in that sequence, and Leo won't die.
But why not? If we got Bannon on the party, fucking Brannon. We got Bannon on the party, drunken hobo. He temporarily joins and then leaves. Why not grab other temporary characters? You know. Yeah, that was just. It's unbelievable how just the product of the time was like an amazing game that games back then really gave no shits whether or not you saw it all or ran into it at all or anything. They programmed limit breaks that evaded
It's
most of the listeners' knowledge for 25 years. They gave no shits.
It's this
man.
fascinating thing about the way that the money that goes into it and the time that goes into it. It's the first time I ever encountered this style of thought was on Gears of War 2. An artist had spent like weeks creating this giant, like gorgeous mushroom vista in a stage, and then they play test it and they can't get players to turn left to look at it. And he's like, "Are you fucking?" So instead apparently they made it so that the path curved in such a way that you had to look at it, and that sums up a modern game. Like, if I'm gonna make this, you're gonna see it.
Set piece design. Set pieces are the answer to what I'm talking about by corridoring you into the moment where you can't possibly avoid it, you know. And you have that cinematic experience, but everyone has the exact same one. And as this is the type of thing where I remember, like talking with James Small about it and everything. Like, over the years, it's like the answer lies in between. The answer lies in, what I call it. Like I said, in testing, user path 1. I'm not a fan of user path 0. For massive, crazy, wild, like omake almost, the snake eater secrets. If you want it to be that silly, then sure. But like for stuff that's like, generally content in the game, I like it at user path 1, where it's like, if you scrape, yeah, you'll get that.
You'll find it.
You'll find it if you scrape. And that's and if you don't scrape, if you just journey through it, then yeah, you can miss it, reward the player for their exploration on that. I like that idea. But that stuff aside, and then some really wild bugs. I mean, boy, this system just, it falls apart when that combat gets when they start giving you like new options and abilities and introducing new types of states for the player to enter in combat. Mm-hmm. Like, okay, so let's just do a Dragoon jump with Mog and then teleport the rest of the party out and then have them fucking exit the battle, but Mog is still in the air, so then the attack completes, so the battle doesn't end, and the rest of the party is gone, but they can still be attacked in their ghost location by the enemy. Like, the game just fucking starts to crack at the seams.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
And the ultimate one, of course, was getting to the top of what I'm going to call the DLC tower, because the Kefka cultist tower it felt like here's your DLC, almost like baked into the game, because that's what it was.
The World of Ruin is.
Yeah.
The whole World of Ruin is. How nuts is that?
Your challenge tower, where it's all magic only, and I'm like, magic this, it's a fucking Yeti, eat shit. And the last enemy dies does a suicide attack, and then our party dies, but without a re-raise, it gives you the success screen, even though your whole party's dead, and now you're walking around with your whole party at 0 life, and when you save it, their bodies are on the ground fucking dead. And the moment you start another random battle, you get a game over sequence immediately. It was
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So the remasters, they caught a lot of that stuff, and they balanced a bunch of it, but not everything. And as someone who also, is not going to be too uppity about the like new changes to some of the details, I felt like they were very tasteful with the 3D. It was only used in the opera sequence, and that's an entirely it's a visual thing. It's not gameplay, so you can take it or leave it if you're someone that doesn't like any changes, but for the most part, it's doing that Octopath stuff, and it's doing it really well. Well, more like a triangle strategy, really. And it looks fantastic, but they clearly didn't want to overdo it just in case it was like, we don't want to fuck with the memories. We don't want people who like it the original way to get too upset by the changes here. Really solid. And then the gallery, of course, going through it, that artwork at the time was fantastic. The only thing that makes no sense is the goddamn font choice, which you have to fix immediately upon installing it.
Baffling. It's like a punch to the face the instant you boot the game.
Horrendous. But yeah, good game. I want to see a detailed, because I know it must exist, a detailed like God Kefka statue of the full thing. Like that must be out there, right? There must be multiple interpretations of that at this point. I mean, shit. The other thing that I caught my attention immediately. Let me see, Kefka Tower statue. Or
Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. It's definitely been done.
He also gets like a in 14 he gets to be a raid boss, and you get to fight your whole way up the massive model the same way in 3D, and it looks incredible.
The other boss that was fucking fantastic was the goddess of the Warring Triad.
Oh, Sophia.
Yeah, so I find out like in 14 she gets named Sophia.
Yeah, they get names and descriptions about what they're like. Like the Fiend is the one that had that Power Man 5000 sounding song.
Okay, and wasn't its name Sephiroth?
It's Sephiroth, yeah.
Yeah, Sephiroth, right? Like as in the original thing, Kabbalah. Yeah,
I believe their names were originally there, and they cut them because they were going to use Sephiroth in the next one.
So that must be weird in Japanese because like the TH and the T are not going to be distinguished, enough. But in English, it is.
Yeah, Sephiroth, Sophia, and Zervan.
Mm-hmm. The goddess design is fucking awesome. What a cool thing. So when that comes back and it's like, oh yeah, I can see the you can see like just like this is barely they just took the art of the concept art and just like converted it like into the sprite. It wasn't even like they barely had to like change anything.
Well, it doesn't have to move, so just slap a nice picture on there.
Yeah. Amazing. Really, really cool.
Hey, I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Now that we're talking about Japanese role-playing games that are comfortable letting you not see an absolutely huge proportion of their content, I saw on your YouTube channel you uploaded a video at a grace that I recognized, and that YouTube video was called The Plot. So you've been diving into Nokron?
Dove into Nokron, got to the end of Nokron, rode a coffin up, and then got to the end of that really annoying Erd milk area, I'm going to call it. It's that area full of Erd milk. So Elden Ring. The area that you ride up to is like the water is all milky. No?
Oh, you went to the other one. Okay.
Yes.
Never mind.
Okay. Picked up a doll, got some big lore.
Yeah.
And then did that. Are you thinking of something else?
I'm just thinking of something
other things. Else. Okay, all right. Well, in any case, that whole sequence was...
Oh, okay. No, wait. You saw the lake.
Oh,
people are telling me you saw the lake.
Yes. I saw the lake, and I fucking sat and then got out of there. I saw the lake and went, God fucking damn it, Miyazaki, and then left. Yeah.
You fucking stop pussying out and you get across that lake. There's cool shit on the other side of that lake.
I know. But there's cool shit in every direction.
There sure is.
Yeah.
It's just when you're following that hole in the ground and you're like, wow, I had to go way out of my way to find this hole in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
I had to kill Radon to find this hole in the ground.
But we're now at that place where it's like, yeah, all direct. Like I'm not going back to the lake now because I'm walking through the fucking capital. And if I turn back from the capital, then 8 people are gonna fucking lose their minds.
Oh, have you walked into the capital?
Yes, I've walked into the capital.
Is that not the craziest like zone vista in a Souls game ever?
I think I'm at the Grace before it really starts. I just kind of walked in, sat at the grace that they give you, and then we'll see.
Oh, you haven't gotten the shot of there's like a nice balcony you get to see the whole
Okay.
Capitol.
Then I guess I'll be catching that next time. Uh, but yeah. Anyway, the there's cool shit in every direction, and there's good payoffs in every direction. It feels like as well. So can't go wrong whichever way I wander, and it's a good time. I am like, I know I'm just repeating the same thing again, but it's like I'm having so much fun just skating and punching, dude. It's so cool to like get up in the fucking guts, just like punch the bear, shift, bop,
It's
bop, 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 bop.
I respect a bunch of times going through, and my takeaway is that this is easily, in terms of all the From Software games, it is easily the one that you have the best and most painless time finding a way that you want to play it that is fun for you.
Mm-hmm. Feels like it.
There's a large, like the Ash of War system and the amount of unique weapons you get. There's just this huge variety of like, well, what if I want to play like this? Or what if I want to play like that?
So I fought that full-grown falling star beast, and then you get its jaw, right? And
fucking stick is crazy.
like, and the moment I used its Ash of War, its second ability, and I saw like what it did, I'm like, oh, like the vision of an alternate playthrough of that just comes and rushes into my head. I'm like, I see it. I see the whole play style.
That is like, I think like number 2 on intelligence weapons in terms of like, it's so good.
I believe it. You fucking pick it up and you hear dong. I'm like, really? From this far away? Like, yeah. I saw the exact play style that thing could take you through for the rest of that game. Some weapons you grab and you go, oh, there it is. So Moonveil, obviously, but not just that. You pick up the wing. It's like a Dex wing that like it basically feels like a scimitar, but it's got an R2 that has like a projectile charge on it.
Are you saying like when you say a wing, you mean like a physical, actual wing of a creature?
Yes, a wing of a creature.
Like the wing of Estelle?
I guess so. Yeah, I guess that's what.
Okay, yeah, that thing's fucking nuts.
Yeah, and I swing that around on test, and I go, oh, I see the playthrough that revolves around this.
What if I wanted a Moonlight Greatsword that was a curved sword instead?
There you go. It really does, like, the moment you pick it up and take it for a test, you go, yeah, this could work. You'd adjust your play style, but you'd find a way to just hammer through everything with it.
It's interesting because I've seen a lot of folks, because I'm now in the post discourse of people talking about the game on replay and rating it on that, and I'm seeing a lot of folks complain because like a lot of the little caves and a lot of the little dungeons, they're not nearly as good as like the big gigantic dungeons.
Mm-hmm.
And so folks are like, well, on replay you'll never get that first thing again because that past that huge vista there's maybe a mediocre dungeon here or there, and it doesn't have the thing that you want. And it's like, when I go back to Elden Ring to fuck around with that now, I get to lock in the play style that I want within 90 minutes. I get to immediately just
blitz
go
to what you want.
I want this kind of gun. I want this kind of weapon. I want this kind of build. I want a couple of these spells, and I'm going to go. And then I'm going to do the content that I want to do now that I know where all that shit is. And I have the list of where every incantation is, and I have the list of...
I am deeply appreciating, though, every time a completely new type of, like, boss enemy shows up and is, like, a whole new thing, a whole new challenge. I'm very much appreciating it. So, like, in that area, in the milk area, for example, wandered up that tree, and who the fuck is... It's Siluria. Okay. And you're Crucible, but you're not a normal Crucible.
No, you're a different, new, much scarier type.
Doing stuff. Yeah, and I was like,
You're
okay.
about an hour of my stream a few months ago because fuck.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. It was immediately like a couple less for me, but like it was like you have to respect it. You must respect what you see. You're getting ringed the fuck out if you don't learn it. You know. Um. So that was like I'm enjoying these, like, yeah, okay, the new shit, the fully new shit is still really nice over the
It's
remix.
like the complaint that the game reuses bosses too often is kind of weird because it does. There's actually like only like 7 or 8 totally unique fights in the whole game, right? That don't get reused
In any way,
somewhere
yeah,
else,
okay.
right? But it's like by the time I got to the end, I fought like fucking 90 to 100 totally unique bosses.
Mm-hmm.
Like some of them get reused too much. Dragons,
Yeah.
too many of the same type of dragon.
Ulcerated tree spirits.
All dragons, ulcerated tree spirits are top of the list of like you use these too many times.
Yeah.
But like Crucible Knights are fucking fun to fight.
Oh yeah. At the
Like,
moment
I
I see
fought
a
every single
crucible,
goddamn one of them.
the moment I see a crucible, it's like, all right, drop all plans for the day. We're going in on this crucible. We're doing it.
Right?
Yeah. Same
So
thing.
like,
Well, that Everjails are the #1 priority at all times. Like,
yeah.
I couldn't want the duel any harder. You know. So that's a lot of fun, and we're certainly getting there, and the plot is escalating. So
This game actually, unlike almost every Dark Souls game or Demon Souls, this game has what I'd call an appreciable plot.
so far it's been a really interesting, because I'm also doing a lot of like speculation and theory on everything we're coming across, and in some cases we're just wildly off. In other cases we've pointed out things and noticed some details that people were like, oh shit, I didn't notice that. Because like things about, like, as usual, enemy placement, body placement, item
Yeah.
pickups, and where they're found have implications for what that was and why, and what, like when you see an enemy that is like, you're supposed to be over in that dungeon, but you're way over here. Why?
Mm-hmm.
There's often a possible reason you could infer from that, nearby, where you can piece the two together. And then when we started getting to like the meat of it by hanging out with Fia for a bit there, this is
she
where,
tells you all sorts of shit.
Yep. Rani and Fia have lots of dumping of the lore of the plot for you, and then this is where, like, it's incredible. Where, like, basically as we're going through it, Reggie does a rewatch, and then, like, because like I'm titling every episode, and he does a rewatch, and he takes notes down, and then has those on a Control F document that's in his lap as we're watching. So the moment a term is something we've heard before, it'll be like Control F there. Yep. Someone's conversation 30, 40 hours ago, but someone mentioned this name, right? But in our case, not only is it 30, 40 hours ago, it is a month and a half ago.
Yeah.
Right? So we were able to, like, for example, catch inferences as to the conspiracy of the Night of Black Knives. We were able to piece together a bunch of that shit based on the first conversations from when you enter the round table hold, and then later evidence that pops up, and the moment you get it, you're like, wait, I've seen that word before. Control F it, bam, Reggie pulls it up, and we got it. So that's a whole different experience. That's a lot of fun too.
It's really interesting because it's obviously all still told mostly through somebody telling you blah 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 cryptic or the item descriptions. But I think one of the largest changes from their older games to this is like your primary antagonists or your primary bosses are like active participants in the world that can fucking speak and aren't insane or ruined or morbed out.
Everyone that, like, I mean, usually you get introduction to the lore bosses, and then you're gonna go collect your Mega Man battles, but the world had been established by some bigger figures at some point before that, and here they're around, it seems like a lot of them are still around, you know?
And like Fia's quest is like a really good example, because like let's take like a Dark Souls 1 quest line. A Dark Souls 1 quest line is invariably a guy wants to come to Lordran to get a thing and either succeeds in getting the thing or not, right? So be it sunlight or a bonfire keeper's soul or a big hat with spells. Everything to do with Thea and every character involved in that quest line, they are doing their own game over there.
Yes. Right.
Like the Ronnie crew are up to shit when you're not there.
Everyone has their own like full-on path, exactly. You know, Selen, for example, which resembles a normal which resembles very much like a Dark Souls plotline for a character. It plays out in a very similar way, I feel like, to those games. Has these little touches and interactions with some of the others, and everyone's up to their own thing, to the point where, like, I mean, for all the plotting that we're putting together and clues we're catching on to that are subtle ahead of time, there's also some moments of just like plot blindness where, because there's so much shit going on with each individual of, like, for example, the R family and like all the kids and then all the parents, they all have these set things. Everything I learn about Rani is her and her friends and the path that she's walking. Everything I learn about Radon is about what's going on over in Caitlin.
How he was the coolest guy, right? And how did he get like this.
I only know a couple things about Rykard, but what's there is all about the Volcano Manor and so on, right?
He's big on family.
So there's all
he's
that.
He's big on doing things as a unit together.
Right. So there's all that going on, and like each item you find relating to them, or person you find relating to them, is so like enveloped in that whole thing that something as like straight up as these people are all considered the Carrions was something both Reggie and I just didn't process, because we're like, no, well, Renala was head of the Carrions, but these other big characters are. It wasn't mentioned. They're doing so much shit that, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but they're de facto part of the Carrion royal line. It's just Ronnie was the one who's a good witch, so she inherits it.
And so that was one of those bits where it's just like, oh God, right, okay, so it is part of that lineage, but simply not having the word float in any of her items or text because it's chock full of all the other shit they're doing is a perfect moment of plot blindness, you know?
And then you think about, well, okay, Ronnie and Radon are brother and sister. Ronnie clearly takes after her mom. Like, clearly the redheads of that family are taking after Radigan, and they're like Radon's a fucking muscle freak. That dude's huge.
And so, you know, and then there's these moments too where and I'm sure the New Game Plus is full of these, but like I went back to Stormvale because an item, a hood, appears there like later on. So I went to go pick it up, and walking into that room where the grafted scion is, and like you see a painting and you're like, I know exactly what this painting is now. I know who that is. There's a fucking beast on his shoulder. Yeah,
it's Godfrey.
You know? And you're like, oh shit, it was just a cool guy with a lion and that was all cool and whatever. But now you've read the description and you come back to it and you're like, motherfucker, this painting was here and I could have, you know. So all that context for the revisit and the walkthroughs of some earlier areas is going to pay off as well, you know. So that's always a lot of fun. Or walking through the looking at the paintings on the wall of the round table, and I'm like, well, I've seen a bunch of redheads. There's only one redhead I haven't seen, and I don't know who the fuck that is. So I'm gonna put two and two together.
I.e., therefore,
yeah, you know. The plot is really, really satisfying. It is so far. I enjoy that.
Grimm was a good choice, unironically. It really actually helped.
And for everything that's like a shot in the dark that doesn't actually, you know, pay off or go anywhere, then it's like, well, the the mysteries unfold in such a way that, like, with very few exceptions, it feels like the answers come to you in time. Um, and I know some of that stuff. Well, I know now certainly that some of that stuff is like, hey, go walk into this area and things will update, you know. But like, for example, Nefeli's been sitting in that basement for a long time now, so like it's like, okay, I haven't hit the triggers,
man,
you know.
you have like the weirdest experience with Nefeli, because like, you know what the answer to how to update her quest used to be? It's not done.
Right,
Is it
right, right,
bugged?
right. Okay, okay, yeah.
Like,
So you know,
like, oh,
but
it's
yeah,
not
that's
there.
it's been cool. It's been cool. I'm looking forward to
Yeah,
putting
once you
together
figure
all of
out
those moments that I now get from the trailer, from the cinematic trailer, and piecing it all together.
once you realize like the number one like world state altar is, did you put your fucking foot onto the Altus plateau?
Mm.
Like, figuring out a lot of those quests gets a lot easier, because like the game has this meteoric fucking every quest updates simultaneously shift the instant your foot hits that fucking dirt.
But lest we forget, there's some bullshit out there. For example, once you find Bach the first time, and they had to buff his findability by making his voice hit you from further away. Uh, the second time you find him, you're gonna have to go not just travel to that grace, but sit at it for him to appear, which means you have a much lower chance of running into it if you're just going by your graces and hoping he's gonna be there.
On
You know.
on the plus side, in my experience, I missed like fully like 6 out of 8 steps of Bach's quest line.
Wow.
I got like the first 2 and the last one, and it still worked
Wow.
out just fine.
Okay.
A lot of the quests in Elden Ring actually work that way, where if you accidentally progress too fast in the world state, it'll just skip to the next step and be like, "Yeah, they figured it out without you."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So like, if you don't go talk to, you know, when you went and hung out with Blythe underground before the Radon Festival,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you don't need to do that. He'll show up at the Radon Festival no matter what.
Regardless. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, and so that's been a thing of like you know, go catch this person if you can while they're there, I suppose. Yeah. So and I'll be, you know, talking about that cuz I did find some new people where I was just like, "Oh shit. Oh fuck, where the fuck were you the whole time?"
I was I was doing a replay on camera. I was fucking around. I'm like, oh, that's where this NPC disappeared to,
mhm.
in the dead ass middle of the lake in Liurnia. Never found them once.
Motherfucker. That's exactly who I'm talking about. So wait, you missed him the first time?
Like
Completely.
200 hours into the game, I had to be told that his quest line was finished now, and I'm like, he had a quest line at all?
That fucker, I caught him and I have it ready to show next time we sit down. What, just, that's where you went.
So apparently his quest used to just do nothing. It never went anywhere.
Jon
And now
Snow.
he's associated with a new NPC in the Jar Town and all this shit. And it's just like, okay, fine, fuck it. I guess he's a new guy now.
Man. Yeah. It was fucking, that was a wild one, you know.
Well, he's in like one of the shittiest, lowest visibility areas in the entire game, that the game actively teleports you past in like 4 spots.
Yeah, like, so if you're, for example, like, and the thing is, compare that to say the other people you meet up in the round table, and it's like, okay, you hit Altus, you're walking around, you're gonna find Corin, you know, and then like if you're curious,
He's by the road on every step.
yeah, and if you're curious, you're gonna walk down that bridge and you're gonna be like, oh, there's your destination, you know, like it's all gonna kind of come together because your curiosity pays off by going to points of interest. That fucker was just practically hidden.
You know what I fucking love about Elden Ring? Almost everybody, I'm gonna say most of the people in the chat right now have beaten Elden Ring, or like really, really, really fucking far in Elden Ring. And I just look over and somebody goes, "What the fuck is Jar Town?"
Exactly.
And I'm like, yeah, exactly. I didn't find that until like my second to last stream because somebody told me.
Insane. Yeah. So, anyway.
that game is so good. I wonder. Oh God, the DLC. Thank you, darling. The DLC is gonna be big, isn't it?
So shout outs to Zuli the Witch for that tweet, which is just like a screenshot of all the other Souls DLC, and just saying like, so based on precedent, the best part
We
of
haven't
Elden Ring
played
is
the
not
best
even
part
out
yet.
yet, and it's like,
Yeah.
God damn it.
It's like,
God
yeah, no,
damn it.
the best part of every Souls game is like its final DLC by like a huge margin.
And
Like
you're just like, oh my God, like Artorias and
Artori,
Alon
Ivory
and
King,
Foom and Slave Knight and fuck it, like, oh my God, it's not even
the
here
old
yet.
hunters.
Yeah, yep,
Like
yep.
it's,
Best part hasn't even dropped. Yeah. Cool shit. So that continues.
I remember talking about DLC during when I was doing my LP of it, my streams, and I saw people going, DLC is confirmed. I'm like, what are you fucking stupid? Are you fucking dumb?
When have they not?
There's Colosseums on the map you can't get into. What are you fucking crazy?
Yeah. Also, here's the like, are they gonna also continue this thing of like, it's not DLC, it's a patch that adds a new character? Like, is that gonna continue to be a thing? You know, we're gonna populate the world as versions come and up and go. You know, that's a
I don't know.
weird in between state.
I look forward to the press release that explains how to access the DLC.
Yeah. If we're going by precedent on that.
And for Elden Ring, I'm like extra it's always a super interesting thing with the From Software games of like, where in the game are they going to put the DLC? In Dark Souls 3, they had one DLC you could do halfway through the game, and the other DLC that was absolutely mandatorily the final thing you could possibly do in the game. Right? Artorias, you should probably be about 80% through. Right?
But good luck finding a fucking thing in a fucking place and then walking that thing back from that. You know, kill the enemy you've already beaten to get the item to take it back down to the lake, walk behind the lake to where there was nothing before, and now there's going to be a thing there, and just and then
that was
when you
too
get
much. That was
walk
too
back
much.
over there, like, what are you doing, guys?
That was ridiculous. I still remember the day it came out, going on to GameFAQs, and there's thread after thread after thread of like, I bought the DLC. Why? Where is it? Why?
What did I
it
spend
not
my
add?
money on?
Is it? Yeah.
So
I'm legit thinking like in the fucking Elden Ring DLC, it's like in the capital, go to the new door, and it's like the fucking capital. Are you serious?
Get that far. Or just like, hey, you know that building that didn't open, go up to that building or the other one. There's two I can think of. There's two structures that did nothing, you know.
The for the longest time since the game came out, the assumption has been that one of the DLC doors is going to be Michaela's hand. which is like,
I'm kind of
absolutely nuts.
I'm kind of shocked that like nothing happened when I walked up to it, you know, to be perfectly honest. I'm like, wait, you're not going to grab me? Oh, and I'm not going to go into the blood world? Okay, well. Anyways, yeah. So that's
I like the speculation that's based off of nothing is that you'll go into Michaela's memories, so you'll get to hang out with a lot of these characters before they were awful. And I think that's genuine. I think that's really just based off of people want to talk to Radon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I also like, you know, you're reading about the badass battle with Fortisax, and then you meet this, and then you deal with the sister, and then you get to this whole place, and then you go into the memories, and then you're like, oh shit, there it is, and you do it, and it's like, yeah, here's your item lore. It's another depressing tale of friendship and loyalty, you know, and you're like, oh god damn it.
Oh, you fought Fortisax?
I sure did.
Oh, then I can tell you the coolest weird little lore thing in the game that's not mentioned at all.
So
in the game's geography directly above that horrible pit.
Mm-hmm.
All the fucking crabs are mutating into freak shits.
Huh. Okay. In the on the top world?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so well, anyway, let me just explain for clarity that I fought the lightning dragon on the Altus Plateau that's up top,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
then I fought the one that was inside the memory with Fia.
Yeah, no, that's the one I'm talking. Everyone in the chat going, Pat, that's the wrong one. I'm like, no, you guys are idiots.
Okay.
Wooly said Fortisax. That's the
I
one I'm
fought
talking
Lanisax
about.
and Fortisax, yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
cool.
directly above that pit with that freak shit attached to the tree.
Yeah.
All the wildlife up there is directly above it is horribly
Freaking the fuck
fucking
out.
warped.
That's
And
interesting. That's cool.
that's what all the fucking live and death freak nightmares are coming from.
Deathroot's just growing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Like when the game says Deathroot, I didn't think it was gonna be like unironically
literal
Deathroot. Yeah, sure enough.
Which you see when you die from it, certainly.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm like, so now I want to, and I have to go do it, but I'm like, when you go back down to the bottom of Stormvale where you first saw the bloodstain, like, is that what you're looking at? You know, is that
you're looking at a big ass Deathroot that's growing out of the roots.
That far away, underground.
Yeah, dude. No, it's like it's this interesting situation where you're learning about the Knight of Black Knives and all that stuff and the plan and how this is all going to work, and then you go, okay, well, that's the leftover from that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a problem.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Like, it's a big freak side effect problem everywhere. Like, the Lands Between sucks. That place is ruined.
And it's so fun too that like this is not, I haven't hard confirmed it, but we're pretty sure we figured out the deal with Garank, for example, using context clues. And then once you do, like, basically once you do, it's like, oh, now the placement of enemies in Caelid makes sense. You know? Like,
yeah.
It's like, okay, if this is Garank and he's sitting here, then the thing right outside, and then the tower over there, and then, like, it all is like,
Okay.
So that shit is interesting.
Gray smiley face.
Sure. It's what it feels like, certainly. I am, and then the other things too of like, you see something and you're like, wait, where the fuck did I hear about this? I know that's a thing. What was it? And like, without that Control F to go back 2 months, it's like, oh, it wasn't even an NPC. It was a fucking finger crone who said some shit. And you're like, oh my God, finger crone conversations. Like,
so like,
ugh.
One of the things that is like, I feel bad for Reggie specifically doing this thing, and I felt bad for Vati specifically. But you're getting to dodge a lot of it because of the Control F thing. But the tendency of characters to like overtly lie and give you a secondary name for a concept is out of control.
Yeah.
Like, in some cases, for no reason. Ronnie tells you she's her mom the first time you meet her for some fucking reason. Right? She says, I'm Rena the Witch. Like, why?
There's multiple instances of word and name fuckery, certainly, and also title fuckery. Some people have nicknames, and some people have, like, things that they are and that they've done, and I know some of the... Anyway, we'll have to just keep going.
I spent most of the game not understanding what Destined Death was until a finger crone literally says, the Rune of Death is also called Destined Death. And then, like, a bunch of people's dialogues suddenly made sense because they were actually talking about the same thing the whole fucking time. Like, Fia, what are you talking about? Are you talking about this? Are you talking about the other thing? I
want to chime in here, but I think for my own sake, I'm going to not. because that is a whole other conversation of like we have a
Yeah.
big theory craft on that side of events for sure.
Oh, I'm not going to say anything, but for my own personal edification, could you type it out to me? I'm curious.
I'll just say it, but just
Okay.
give me a
I'll give
give
you
me a
nothing.
cold read and every but
Mm-hmm.
like basically we were putting together that if Michaela stole not Michaela sorry if Malekith stole the sealed Malekith, we're told that Malekith sealed Destined Death's power away, and then had the uh, uh, and then had that stolen from him in order to commit the murder and first for the Night of Black Knives to happen. So Malekith
Yeah.
kind of like took it, but then had it stolen from him, and like the idea of that, and then Malekith's servants are the gargoyles with corpse wax,
Mm-hmm.
with blackened corpse wax. Actually, I should specify because there's different kinds. Garank sitting there being penitent and sorry, and in a state where it's just it's sorry for what it's done, but it's so hungry and you have to feed him death root. It's like, okay, it seems as if Garank is very likely destined death, now depowered, craving death root, and the guard that is serving Malekith, that is a gargoyle that you kill, is sitting out front guarding it from the previous disciples of Destined Death, who are the Godskin Apostles, who are just out of reach and can't fucking get past that thing, and they're over in the tower, and that's why they're all in the Dragon Barrow. You know, that's
I'll have to be honest. I think you've actually thought about this more conclusively than I have.
wow. Okay, so when you see like that exact lineup, it's like the guard is there. The description on the guard says who they serve. It makes sense that Malekith fucked up Garank, sealed the power, took who was Destined Death, took the power, left him there up in a sorry ass state, and then put a guard out front, and then the former worshippers can't fucking get to him. But Garank is also at the highest point of Caelid, at the top, isolated in what absolutely seems to be a place of worship for them, you know? So that entire stretch from where the tower is, where the the Godskin skins are, it's like, oh yeah, they're in the same area near who they used to serve, but Malekith fucked them up and did not allow them to, you know?
That's I don't I don't think I could give you a hot read.
Okay. Okay, fair enough.
I don't think I
Nice.
know enough about that.
Fair enough. Dude, no, that's what we're doing. We're looking at multiple pieces and just grabbing them and going like, oh shit, that makes sense. It might not be, it might be off. But right now,
I mean, some of that definitely makes sense.
it operates correctly. It feels right. And he craves death root. It's the thing that used to be his own power. It's right. Deathroot is what happens when obviously Erdtree gets corrupted. Things are fucked up. But like what Malekith, what Destined Death was, it makes sense that he's gonna want that from you to from his old self, what he used to be, you know. And then you go into other shit about how like not only the finger crone, and then someone else mentions the idea of like the proper death that Godfrey was supposed to have. Godwin rather, excuse me. And anyway, that's that one bit.
One of the most interesting things about Elden Ring's story is tied into what you're talking about, which is like I was like the amount of time that it takes for you to figure out that Marika's Golden Order is an order without death at all. Like suddenly slots in the majority of the game's world state into place. Like, oh yeah, no shit, this civil war has been going on for 10,000 years. People can't die.
And of course, that's why these beings that we read about in some cases are still around, you know? Yeah, like even and then there's some other interesting stuff too, right? Well, anyway, I guess we'll get into it as we go, but like the idea of like what Fia's job is and what she's supposed to do. It's like, you're the deathbed companion, and this is what you want to do. And you fucking can't. You're tarnished. The tree is not letting you do your job. Of course you're fucking mad.
I have never in my life been so certain of a person that I've never met's decision on whether or not they have a DNR order on them in order to not be resuscitated if they have a cataclysmic health thing. We are 6 games in about how immortality is unnatural and will lead to ruin. It is every single fucking game is the same, like, deep theme of living forever would suck, actually.
So catch this, if you want to go early on back. When you got to Limgrave Agheel Lake.
Right.
And you triggered Agheel.
Yeah.
Were you near the middle?
Yeah, ish, I think.
Okay. Did you notice anything in that with the NPCs?
Yeah, they're worshipping Agheel.
They're worshipping Agheel, right? And they're saying his name out loud and calling him down, or her, I'm not, whichever. And then Agheel fucking comes and crisps them, right? And then you fight Agheel. Hours later, you pick up something. I don't remember what, but I don't think it was immediately. It might have been like either the spell from the Dragon Communion Church or something that basically indicates that, like, they were praying, not just worshiping Agheel, they're praying for death. They were specifically calling out to Agheel to end it, you know? And that moment you come across is them getting exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, there's a million little things. Like, you know that magma dragon you fought to get Moonveil?
Oh, yeah.
So you eventually get one of their swords.
Yeah.
And the sword's description is like, the magma dragon is what happens to freaks that go too hard on Dragon Communion.
Yes, right? And so I'm like, oh, that explains why it's holding a sword, right? But catch this, motherfucker. What happens right before you kill it? Final phase of the magma dragon, it stands up on its hind legs and fights you like a man.
Like the man that it used to be.
It's not crawling around like a beast anymore. Before it dies, it fights you upright with the sword. It's like, of course it used to be a man, you know?
Did you fight both bosses in the lower area of Nokron? I know you fought the ancient one.
I'll tell you what I fought. I went down to Nokron and I fought the Mimic Tier, and then I fought the Gargoyle. And then I took the thing up. I took the coffin up. And then...
Oh no, I meant your first trip down to Nokron.
First trip to Nokron.
Siofra River.
Shafra River. Shafra River.
I know you fought the stag. I've seen footage of you fighting the stag.
Yeah, Shafra River, fought the stag, and I fought the Dragonkin.
Okay, yeah. The Dragonkin is the other side of people trying to do what if we live forever via dragons, and it sucks!
It sucks.
That thing sucks!
It sucks. Yep. And dragon immortality is like, oh yeah, before the Erd Tree, dragons were around, just like a certain other fucking franchise, you know? Duh.
And they live forever.
And that's another route to the same shit. And clear, like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's another one too. No, it is interesting, you know. And I kind of, I hope we'll see more about it. But like, you're reading about like Fortisax's sister, Lanisax, and like forming the dragon cult and all that shit. And it's like, oh, okay, interesting. And it's like, oh yeah, like she's right there. Like she's hanging out. She's still around. You know, and of course, you know, you have to imagine just the battle to a standstill of two badasses, and then like, you know, well, in one case, the battle to a standstill is, oh shit, you're pretty good, so are you. Let's be bros, right?
Yeah.
And then the other battle to a standstill is just like, everything must rot.
Hey, you're pretty good. I don't think I'm going to be able to beat you. What if I just force feed you 1,000 pounds of AIDS?
Can I ride my horse, though? Yeah. All right. Fair trade. So, anyways, it's a fun time. It's a fun time. Yeah.
I like that game. That's a good video game.
More.
We're gonna be talking about that shit for like 2 years.
Yeah. No, like, let me wrap it up, and we'll get to go over all of this. But that's a little preview.
But you're gonna wrap it up, and then they're gonna announce the DLC like one podcast over.
Perfect. Love it. Couldn't get any better. All right.
What else you do?
Yeah,
Still weeks. Oh no.
No, I mean that's good. That's it. You know, Multiverse, Elden Ring, FF6. That's me. So.
Yeah, I don't really have anything of super grand note to add about stuff.
It's not a big news week anyway,
hey,
so that's fine.
Somnium Files is incredible and is fucking great.
Oh yeah.
And I had what I'm gonna call, I don't know, like you've played a good number of visual novels that have branching paths.
Yeah, and the Zero-Scape stuff is cool, you know.
The first path I picked was the one in which every single character is murdered.
Jesus, okay.
Like I'm like, oh, I'm trying to figure out the mystery, and like people are getting fucking chopped up by saw blades and shot and fucking just iced all over, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm on the wrong path.
Okay, so that game also plays out like the Zero-Scape style, yeah.
Yeah, it has the branching route.
Okay.
I don't know what fucking nonsensical pseudoscience magic contrivance they're gonna throw at me to explain why I can jump between different timelines, but it'll be there somewhere.
You know, I really want to find out for myself, I suppose, at some point, why no one talks about Zero Time Dilemma.
It's because it's not as good as 999 or DLR.
Yeah,
that's the reason.
Yeah. What went wrong?
I also have not played it, but I have asked people quite bluntly, and it's because it is much worse.
Oh, okay. So eyes getting good. A game like that, though.
Oh god, I got so fucking confused just now.
The Somnium Files.
Yeah. Oh god, I'm getting so mad at the naming, dude. Like, I'm like talking to a character named Hitomi, and somebody's like, "Did you know that Hitomi is the Japanese word for pupil?" And I'm like, "Shut up! Just shut up! It can't be everyone."
Everything. I know one thing, that if this is like, you know, following suit, certainly, then like you're not gonna have a full, like, none of what you feel right now matters until you hit the final ending on the final, like.
Yeah, no, the very, very, very first question I had once I started hitting the branches was, I want everyone to shut up, and I want a yes or a no. And it was, can I get the correct path on my first try, or must I hit dead ends? And the answer is, you must hit multiple dead ends before you have what you need to get the right path.
Well, it still has the skip text until new shit, right?
Yeah, it does.
Perfect. Yeah, okay.
The way that it branches is pretty interesting. You do like little investigation scenes, and depending on what, I think I told you this last, but depending on what information you pull out of that, you go on a different branch of the investigation.
Cool.
Hey, if you want to see more crap that I'm gonna do, go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt this week. We're doing all sorts of crap.
Yep. This week, Elden Ring continues. And, of course, now with FF6 completed, it is time to get our own shepherd. A shepherd to call our own. Mass Effect 1 is going to be starting. And we are going to drop that on Wednesday. So it'll be Elden, Mass Elden.
I am so interested in this.
Yeah, no, everyone is, because it's time to see how angry you'll get at the choices of who you like or hate. You know,
I already know who you're not gonna like, so I get to skip a huge proportion of that.
I've again, as someone who's played one, I already have memories of, like, you know, the roster and feelings about that, but I also forget a large amount of it too. So
that was like 15 years ago,
an extremely long time ago. So, like, it's going to be kind of fresh as well at the same time. I'm just going to make sure to be, like, you know, I'll go try to make sure that Reggie has what he needs to like not get lost in the mechanics or anything. But yeah, the feelings for who you choose to shack up with will be the stuff of wars for years to come.
I will never forget that the first time I ever saw one of those fucking photos of a weirdo having dinner with a character's picture on their monitor was Garrus. Wasn't an anime character.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a fancy dinner and a wine glass in front of a photo of Garrus eating dinner. And I was like, oh man. Oh, people got way into this alien shit.
Oh yeah, dude. Well, I mean, look, when your choices are alien booty or racist human booty.
Hey man, I just can't tell. I'm having trouble telling the difference between the animals and the aliens.
Well, anyway.
You played Mass Effect 1, so I feel comfortable saying this. Bro, I couldn't believe how fucked you were in that situation. Ashley is not just racist, but into the Lord. Just hitting all bullet points.
Perfect time to remind the world that the Harkness test exists. The Harkness test is your answer to should I fuck that alien? As clarified by fucking
some pervert.
No, I think it's John Harkness, main character of the fucking spin-off from Doctor Who. There, I forget what it's called, but I watched it and it was like, yep, that dude's gonna get some alien butt.
All I'm gonna say is I hope you personally
Torchwood. That's
have an extremely high tolerance for fucking what's it, antonym, prefix dash ussy jokes.
Oh yeah,
during your Mass Effect
that
streams.
didn't exist back in my first journey through it.
Yeah, well, it's bad normally nowadays. We can't go back to that era where now it's that Mass Effect shit was like unreadable.
And now Reggie is unknowingly encouraging it with his tweets.
Oh yeah, I've seen it.
So it's like, motherfucker, do you know what you're doing? And the answer is no. He's gonna regret a lot of decisions by the time we're out of here. So
I don't know if that's true at all. I don't know if regret is an emotion that Reggie feels when he shitposts like this.
I mean, you need he will make a bold gamble and follow it up with I'm sorry as he runs away. So we'll see how this shapes up, but that's happening on Wednesday, and then I'm taking the weekend off. In fact, let me just confirm. Yeah, so I'm gonna be gone for the weekend a couple days and into early next week too, actually.
Okay.
So
oh really?
Yeah.
That actually might make my plans a lot easier if we're moving the podcast.
Yeah, probably gonna have to do so because basically from Friday to Tuesday, I'm gonna be out.
Friday, so podcast would be Wednesday then.
Indeed.
Okay. Hey Paige, the podcast is on Wednesday next week.
Yeah. So we will pick up after that, and yeah, it's gonna be. I'd say it's a little unhyped to start a new game and then unfortunately have a gap on it. But what are you gonna do, right? Life happens. All right.
All you gotta do is that when you get to that office and the game tells you to turn left, you fucking turn right and go talk to a bunch of alien weirdos for 40 minutes. That's the Mass Effect experience.
Okay, let's take a quick word from our sponsors.
You mind if I take a smidgen of a break?
Sure.
I'm drinking water constantly for hydration reasons, but it makes me have to go to the little boys' room and piss all over myself.
BRB. And there we are. Um, oh, I forgot to mention as well. Dropped another episode of Wooly Will Figure It Out. If you're
I
interested.
heard.
Indeed, update the lore. Um, my mom sat down with me for about an hour, and we had a little conversation. And if that's something you're interested in checking out, yeah, go check out the latest episode of Wooly Will Figure It Out.
I have to say, dude, I legitimately, as a colleague, you have huge balls, because like I would be terrified to give my mom or dad a camera or
Mm-hmm.
like a microphone. I
Mm-hmm.
like just every fucking avenue of personal embarrassment attack
Mm-hmm.
conceivable is open. There's no one stronger.
No, that was all considered going into it, but yeah, I figured it would be the type of thing that would be fun to have down the line. So why not just do it now? So yeah, that that was a thing. That was a thing. A thing occurred, uh, and
You
was
want to hear something? You want to hear a thing that I did that was embarrassing?
mm.
I just contacted somebody for a code, and they're like, "Dude, I don't work there anymore."
Oh boy. Oops.
Fucking shit.
Woof.
I'm so embarrassed. That literally just happened.
Okay. Let's do our sponsors. This week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by Stitch Fix. And those were the folks that were in the business of getting you clothing that would be better suited to your own sense of style and your body shape and the things that make you you better than your own choices would, because fashion can be hard. Some of us struggle with it. Some of us are dripless. And as long as you're dripless, you'll remain maidenless. This is known. It's quantifiable.
He's right, you know.
Some of us were
Not
born
all
with
of
drip,
us.
and you just can't take it away from them no matter what you do.
No matter how much antibiotics you give them.
But others that need it could use some help. And for those that do, which is the most of you, check out Stitch Fix. Basically, the deal is, instead of shopping on your own, they are about getting you a custom set of outfits that'll work for you best. Basically, you answer a style profile test. You'll answer some questions about what you like to wear and what you don't, how open you are to trying up new styles, and then they're going to get their experts. They're going to go to work. They're going to find stuff that works for you, handpicked, size, style, budget limitations, all taken into consideration, and they're going to make it a simple way to have you discover things that make you look and feel your best. You're going to get 5 pieces to try on at home. Anything you like, you keep it. Anything you don't, you send back. Shipping, returns, and exchanges are easy and free. No subscription required. You can try once, set up automatic deliveries, no hidden fees, ever. And that is their deal. They've got season-specific pieces as well for men, women, kids, all of that. So yeah, basically get someone to dress you up and make you look like you have some drip. Sign up today at stitchfix.com/superbeast to get $20 off your first purchase. That's stitchfix.com/superbeast to get $20 off your first purchase. Limited time offer. Purchase within 2 days of sign up. I mean, look, if the new style, the new season's coming around, and all the kids are morbing out, who are you to miss out on the morb styles, right?
Listen, I mean, I watched the movie, but I'm no Morbin expert. I need a Morbin expert to help me morb up.
Morbin is more than just a lifestyle. It's a mentality. It's a fashion choice. It's the way you act. It's the way you carry yourself. There's a lot, you know, and your lifestyle determines your morb style. So you should consider getting some experts to help you morb up, and Stitch Fix is there for you. So thank you, Stitch Fix.
Thanks, Stitch Fix.
This week, the podcast is also brought to you by Shopify, who we've talked about before, but these are the folks that are helping you get your business and commerce platform started to help you grow if you're trying to run a business. We talked about it because from making a bunch of dumb internet video game videos, eventually there came a time when it was like, oh, people would like t-shirts. People would like pins and random little trinkets and merch things. And it's like, okay, never did anything like that before. Don't know how to set that up. You never know where your business is going to take you and what you're going to need to offer people when. And when the time comes, as you're growing, this is what Shopify comes in handy for. They can help you set up your all of your online sales needs and handle the inventory side of things. It gives entrepreneurs the resources once reserved for big businesses, aka the upstarts and startups and established businesses alike. Yeah, you got the resources to sell everywhere, synchronize online and in-person sales, effortlessly stay informed, and you can scale up your business with endless possibility. So, again, the expertise to quote unquote expertise to sit and play video games has nothing to do with asking people to buy a shirt or knowing how to make a thing where they can even click on the thing to buy the shirt.
A completely different form of influence.
Don't know how to do it.
Doesn't carry over at all.
So this is where you call in the experts, and Shopify is the type of place that can take care of all of that. Yeah, and the sooner you do that, the faster things grow, the more you can handle the incoming attention, and it all works out. Shopify powers millions of businesses from first sale to full scale. So, you want to go to shopify.com/superbeast, all lowercase, for a free 14-day trial and get full access to Shopify's entire suite of features. Grow your business with Shopify today. Go to shopify.com/superbeast, all lowercase, again, right now. Shopify.com/superbeast. Thanks, Shopify.
Thanks, Shopify.
Okay, what is going on? Well, some breaking news, I suppose. While we were pissing, they were voting.
It's true.
And for the second time, votes have tallied in favor of a union for the Activision Blizzard employees. They've won the vote. There was an article, I want to say about a week ago, about like some potential speed bumps that were getting in the way to stop the Raven Software QA team from unionizing, but it looks like it's going to be happening based on today's 19-3 election. So, good shit. Good shit.
Congratulations, Raven Software.
Let's see how the upgraded busting tech is going to step in this time. And
we are now about to witness whether or not that entire company will be completely dissolved.
Just the airbuster lands in the middle of the office and splits you up into 3 sections that you all have to fight individually. Let's see it. There's no way this goes down and then nothing else resistance-wise comes out. So, you know.
Oh man, I want the fucking games business to unionize so bad.
Yeah, that makes 2, and it's trending towards it, right? That's 2 more than there have ever been in goddamn decades of this thing.
It's just like, I know the. Oh, somebody just dropped. U.S. Department of Labor finds Activision illegally threatened staff on Bloomberg.
Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
I don't even need to click on that. But the thing that always gets me is like people are worried, like, oh no, but they'll ask for more money and then we'll get worse games because
Games
the
will
time.
take
And it's like,
longer is the big one.
yeah,
Yeah.
no, if games are managed more adequately due to fucking union practices, we're actually going to get way better games because crunch is going to go away by default.
Yeah.
Union,
I,
like,
I want games that look worse with less budget and take longer to make, and I want this unironically.
yeah, you
Yeah.
know what's interesting to me? Every time I've posted that image, someone invariably like, why do you want shittier games? Like, that's not what I said.
Mm-hmm.
I said I wanted them to be shorter with worse graphics. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
people were paid better. That doesn't mean they're going to be worse games.
Mm-hmm.
In many cases, that means they'll actually be much better games.
Um, yeah, and you want the people who make it to enjoy what the fuck they're doing, because
And,
that the part where the team enjoys what they're doing, that's quantifiable. You can feel it in the final product.
let me ask you a question, especially since this is your particular nature of extreme expertise. We're talking about a QA department, right? In the article, it says they're being, on average, working 14-hour days on poverty wages. Um, you've done a lot of testing.
Mm-hmm.
You've had like boom bust periods where you
Mm-hmm.
all hands on deck, got to go in. How effective is QA if you crunch them super hard all the time?
When we start doing the double shift 16-hour days, um, you hit a point where the bug in you can literally watch as over the day less bugs come in. There's something that happens where the longer a build is in test, less bugs come in as well because people find all the obvious ones. But there's a pace you expect or so, and like yeah, as people get tired, literally less things come in. And then I told the story many times, but that one unfortunate friend who took a triple shift, as it was asked of him, who literally did a full day of work, did the 9 to 5 and then did the 6 to 12 and then stayed for the dead to do one back to 8. Like by that third shift, nothing he was doing made sense. The database, just like the same bug was being opened and closed for regression and then reopened again, and like he had to a phone call, an emergency phone call had to come through to be like, what is happening in the office? And like someone goes over to him and like he's asleep with his eyes open and literally like
Yeah.
tears leaking out because he's just not present after doing a full day. Like, and it was just like, okay, you can't do that to your testers, right? But that's what was requested, and most people said no, he said yes and did it. And it was like, that was it's insane and also illegal.
It,
So
it's
um
I'm sure I could dig deep onto it if I want to on crunch statistics, but it's like how many hours of the day early in the morning are spent cleaning up the terrible work that the guys last night did on hours
mhm,
14 and
mhm,
15?
mhm, mhm.
I bet it's a couple.
Yeah, there's definitely time lost on that. And I said just now, like, oh, people were asked, many said no, but he said yes, and it's like, yep, that is something that was chosen. But you have to understand that part of being QA, which is also part of being disrespected, comes with the implication where you're running under, you're basically, your office is being run under the dentist system, because if you don't decide to sign up for stupid hours, the idea that they'll just be like, okay, fine, we'll see how many hours you get next week then. Hope you get them, is always in the air. And they will straight up just be like, if you're not one of the people that's signing up for enough OT, you're not going to get enough hours on the project next week. The threat is always in the air, So it's a choice, but the implication, the open sea, you know?
Well, you're not a team player.
It's dark, it's cold, we're out on the water. You want to get home, you know? It's fucking insane. So yes, you really, really, really need anything you can, and if a step towards this can affect shit like that, because it's not like over the years after I left, I heard that things got better, because that's not
Oh
how that
yeah.
went.
Oh
Things
no, it
got
didn't get
worse.
what?
It didn't get better. Reggie was there for a long time after I was gone, and it just the nightmares continued, certainly, so shout outs Raven. Uh, all the best with
Dude,
that.
can you give me a sec? I'm having some wildlife related issues
Bork.
literally outside the door.
Morb the Bork.
No, not poor.
Well, right. What is going on?
I'd like to apologize. There was a deer that fucking wandered up to the house, and then the dog scared it by barking, and then the deer freaked out and kicked over my fucking trash can and put the trash all over the fucking ground outside.
Oh dear. Okay. Okay. They get that close, huh?
Yeah, yeah, they walk right up to the front door. They don't give a shit.
Isn't there? Isn't there like when you're in an area where the um, garbage can attract things, isn't it safer to have some distance on that with like a dumpster?
Yeah, I have a big old garbage can that has a brick on top of it so that like
Okay.
raccoons and shit don't get into it. But this thing got scared because the dog and went "Bleh!" and fucking knocked it
Mm,
over.
okay. Um. Anyway, where were we? Yeah, in terms of stories. So what's going on? Unionization. Um, there was a expo that is There's an expo coming up in LA, and they've announced that the Final Fantasy IX animated series will be premiered there this week. Interesting.
Oh, that's gonna be great.
It certainly is the one that stands out as like artistically you're going for a very specific thing. Um of all the post 7 and beyond games, it's like, the most unique. Um so I feel like if you were going to pick one, that kind of makes sense. But how did that 15 anime work out?
I didn't like it.
Okay. Well,
The 15 anime is extra bad because it's referencing a version of the game that doesn't exist.
versus 13.
No, like it's referencing character traits of Noctis that aren't in the game.
Mm. Hmm.
Like there's all this like cat like Noctis acts like a cat stuff, and that he's picky and he's lazy and he sleeps all the time and he takes off all the vegetables in his burger and
Oh,
like
I saw
just
that picture. Yeah.
yeah, none of that get in the game.
Hmm.
None.
Well, um, we'll see. But all I really got to say is like, if you were gonna pick one to like do something like this with, artistically, nine seems like it makes sense because it's just its own, you know, its own separate thing versus the others that are just kind of like, um, trying to achieve more or less realism.
I think that Final Fantasy has a long history with television and movies, and that I'm sure it'll be really cool. I don't think that. I think it will be bad.
On the other hand, it'll probably encourage a lot of people to just go pop in nine and play it, which I hear is pretty good.
You know, it would be really nice alongside um, this announcement would be like it's coming out alongside the FF9 remake remaster
Mm-hmm.
thing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's not going to be FF9 Advent Children, I imagine.
I
So,
doubt that. I doubt that big strongly.
well, we'll find out next week. But they just dropped that info out of nowhere. Speaking of Final Fantasy, here's an interesting story. At one point, Final Fantasy 15 was going to be made by Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy developer, uh, Eidos Montreal. According to this
Oh,
article here.
is
Um,
that in the news?
yeah, so this is a story that I'm reading off of Eurogamer.net, and it's very interesting. It says a new interview has revealed that at one point, Square Enix had handed the reins of Final Fantasy 15 over to Eidos Montreal, the developer behind Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. Former art director, Jonathan Jacques Beltet, excuse me, aka JJB, as he was known, said that they had a project they were working on that had a really cool Final Fantasy game in the works. Um, and the quote is, Eidos Montreal brought back Deus Ex. I was the art director on that, Human Revolution. Then I was executive art director on Mankind Divided, and we tried to do Final Fantasy, 15. And then Square Enix decided to bring it back to Japan, which I think was a big mistake, but it's still the truth. Ours was really, really cool. Sadly, not any more info about what the vision for Eidos Montreal's Final Fantasy would have been. But yeah, that's an interesting story that just dropped.
That is fascinating. And what's very odd is that I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat next to me say that that's unbelievable and that they don't believe it. And I don't know, man. I find that highly believable.
It's a very believable story. If anyone worked there, I mean, they might look at that and think, yeah, I could believe that story.
That would be credible, extremely credible.
Cromulent is a word that I've heard used sometimes.
It is highly cromulent.
It tracks. It does track. And the comments about it looking really cool and it being something that was pulled back to Japan, I see no reason not to believe those.
That seems like the exact kind of thing that would be true if it were true. That it would have looked really good.
Yep.
Right up until it got dragged back to Japan.
Perhaps some feelings were had, and the decision was made to return the project to Japan in order to avoid an embarrassing outcome of some kind.
I mean, we could never know, but it would have been, if this was true, it'd be incredibly disappointing and sad if the cancellation was based off of emotional rather than practical reasons.
Or technical reasons, certainly. Yeah. If anyone worked at Eidos Montreal, they might be able to corroborate that story.
It's possible. I mean, we'll never know, but
we'll never know. We'll never know. Did I see someone say like, "Oh, we dodged a bullet." Did we dodge a bullet, or
did we?
Or did the bullet go in the other direction? It's we'll never know. We'll have to open up a multiverse jump to find out. But that sure is a very interesting story. Moving on. Apparently, EA was trying to get itself sold off to NBC, but the deal fell apart.
So Gene had a perfect take on this, which is when Activision Blizzard got scooped up by Microsoft, it was probably in response to hearing about this shit.
So, not one to be left out in the cold after Activision Blizzard King got picked up. EA was, twirling, batting eyelashes, putting on some makeup, sticking a leg out. And it seems like NBC was interested. At one point, it seems like Amazon, Disney, and Apple were also interested. So big acquisition moves to create that two-company future described. When one big company sells itself like that, you got to imagine that the mirror side of it, which have been Activision and EA for years, is also going to be looking to keep up with that momentum.
Oh. And let's be clear, that Activision Blizzard King deal is still not actually gone through.
Still hasn't actually gone through, no.
It may also fall apart.
But what is interesting is just the description of like how the CEO was not able to make the deal happen, whereas as opposed to the other acquisitions that have been going on, and like it kind of just breaks down. It's very short, but the language used is just kind of a reminder in a way that like in a lot of cases, like, make no mistake, like the job of the CEO isn't merely like to steer the ship, but it's to come along, create value for the company's portfolio, increase that value, and then close a deal by selling it off to someone who will acquire it. That's very often what a CEO's job is when they come aboard, unless the CEO is like a founder, you know, and like this is their baby, and their that's their goal, is to just have the thing be its own thing. In many cases, it's the job to come on and then close the deal before they leave, taking a very nice package with them. But yeah, didn't happen. So with that being said, just because it didn't happen now doesn't mean it ain't gonna happen sooner or later. So NBC, Disney, Apple, Amazon, massive companies like that on the table, someone might buy EA in the near future if the price is right and they're looking to be bought. The carving up of the industry continues.
I'm kind of shocked they weren't able to sell themselves.
Okay. Well,
it's kind of wild to me.
Here's the question, right? If IDOS and Squeenix Montreal represent a $300 million value, and if Activision Blizzard King represents a $69 billion value, where does Electronic Arts fit on that based on their current properties?
Considering they have all the fucking sports licenses, probably the same as ActiBliz or higher.
It should track. You're getting sports, you're getting Sims, which is its own beast that we don't pay attention to. But
they don't have FIFA anymore?
Oh, they lost soccer?
Oh, that's a fucking hit.
Interesting.
That's a fucking no FIFA?
Oof. The Sims is unbelievably huge as its own thing, or was, I guess I should say, at a time. Yeah, you get all the sports, you got all them car games, the Needs for Speeds, you get all the.
Do those even come out anymore?
I'm sure.
Is that even true? I don't think. I legit couldn't tell you when the last Need for Speed game came out.
All the BioWares.
Oh yeah, that's hot.
And, well, once upon a time it was Star Wars, but you know, Disney's gonna decide who they want to give that to, really. So that's not necessarily them. Well, I would imagine the valuation to be somewhere in between 300 million and 69 billion.
Yeah, probably.
Somewhere in between those two, you know. Yeah. I mean, quite frankly, half of that evaluation should be just for the Mirror's Edge property alone, if you ask me.
That's not true. That's not true. You're doing a lie.
You know who might not be doing a lie?
Who might not be doing a lie?
Norman fucking Reedus. Shout outs to the best category of leak of all time.
I love it. It's my
industry.
favorite every time it happens. It's always the fucking best.
You work with Hollywood that are sometimes great, sometimes not. In this case, Norman's great, but also don't particularly know or care that much to treat the NDAs like anything. And
it's
casually,
so fucking good,
unawares, just drop the bomb and announce a game that is not supposed to be announced. Sitting down for an interview, Norman Reedus just casually remarks as he's talking about upcoming Walking Dead stuff, oh yeah, Death Stranding, we just started the second one.
It's so under the radar, because it's like they're asking him like, oh yeah, you know, it was a lot of work. It took like 2-3 years to do the mocap. You know, it won all these awards. It was, you know, it was really great. We just started the second one, so yeah, that's cool. And it's just like it's like the most nonchalant fucking
Casually
shit
dropped.
in the world.
Mm-hmm. What
I think the more surprising thing is like, man, if there was going to be a Kojima game that fucking never got a sequel because he wanted to do something totally different, I would definitely think it would be Death Stranding. I don't know what the fuck that place has more of.
It's a pretty complete story. I'll say that. But yeah, no, the Tom Holland effect. I mean, for me, Assassin's Creed 1. You know.
Oh man, that's the best.
Veronica Mars
just spoiled the whole fucking game's plot, like in the
it's
first
really
interview.
Interesting. It's like it's like a visiting the past, retro, but it's also like the Matrix mixed with, just goes into all this shit that was not discussed in the marketing at all at that point. Boy, did that one just spoil what that was going to be immediately. It's the best kind of leak. And in this case too, like, always remember the context that Norman views, the lens that Death Stranding is viewed by him is one where he got a call from Guillermo del Toro one day who just said, "Hey man, listen, you're gonna get a call from some guy named Hideo Kojima. You're not gonna understand a thing he's saying. Just accept and say yes."
Just say yeah. Just say
yes. Doesn't matter if you don't understand what he's saying. Just say yes. And Norman's like,
it's gonna be cool. Okay, it's gonna be cool.
And then he gets a call and he doesn't understand what the fuck is going on, and he says yes, and it's one of the best yeses ever.
We've got this. We've got fucking Dan. Oh, what's his full name? The Virgil man.
Southworth.
It's down Southworth, just at some Power Rangers convention, just busting out like, "Oh yeah, we're working. We not supposed to talk about that."
That motherfucker turned his Facebook profile photo into a DMC5 logo before Virgil was ever confirmed to exist in DMC5 in any way, shape, or form.
We've got God, I think one of my favorites is like, we had Guy Seehee on the podcast.
Yeah.
And he's talking about how he's gonna play a character in this game. And I'm like looking it up, and I'm like, does he not know that they didn't fucking announce that yet? And then they announced it like the next day before the podcast came out.
Amazing.
Because he had already told everyone.
Yeah, it's the best. It's like actors are in their own, world. They're doing their own thing, and they're working on projects, and they're excited to talk about them. So, just no prying whatsoever.
Tell you whatever. They'll just tell you fucking whatever. I still remember, I think Mark Hamill summed it up when he was talking all sorts of shit about Disney crap.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, what are they going to do to me? Hire somebody new to play Luke Skywalker?
Yeah. And the answer is no, they'll replace you with your deepfake AI.
No.
Copy.
The robot.
The robot will replace you, Mark. They sure did. What else is going on? So, Death Stranding 2 is coming at some time.
Did you see the photo Kojima put up?
Of him holding the weapon above
the bat?
Yeah, he's about to
like,
do a Negan.
Wow, you're really selling, like, oh, you guys are hanging out, like, today? Like, why are you guys hanging out today? Like, oh, secret. I have a strong suspicion that Jeffy's summer show, I don't know what the fuck it's called anymore.
Which one?
The Naughty 3. Jeffy K's summer video game bonanza. What the fuck is it called?
Oh, Jeff's Bizarre Adventure?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't know what you're talking about for a second. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what to fucking call it. But yeah, they're gonna announce the Death Stranding there. They probably should.
Sure.
Because now everybody knows already.
I mean, hey, the you mentioned it, but it's like, I will take the moment to reiterate that, like, yeah, I I'm down for a Death Stranding 2. I'm way more down for a whole new thing. I kind of want to see all the pent up Kojima creative frustration from the years of Metal Gear that he couldn't escape.
I have a strong feeling that I have a strong feeling that Death Stranding allows him to do that because he's just going to say, by the way, we're going to go south where there are no ghosts and it's all lizards.
And a whole different thing. Yeah. Sure. Meanwhile, over here, a completely different story. Sure.
Right? Like.
Or, like, over here, plus or minus some time.
Okay. So Death Stranding had a lot of water imagery, which we now know to be like natal imagery, right? And ocean and birth and all that. What do you think the over-under is that our first shot of Death Stranding 2 is him staring out over a desert and like rifling his hand through the sand and talking about DNA? Because I swear I will shit. I will freak out.
I mean, listen. In a world where we're about to talk about Inafune's NFTs.
Oh man.
I think it's I'm gonna say 10%. I'm gonna put that at 10%.
Like it's not going to be happening, it'll be something different, but like it could also happen. It's not totally impossible.
It's a red check. It's very, very low on the D20, but we can roll it. Despite all odds. So, speaking of predicting the future and the world,
exploded with the phrase, did you know that the S in strand stands for sand?
Yes, I did. I want to say that's the line. That's the joke that broke me the moment I said it because it was too true.
No. I was giggling too much. No, does the S in strand stand for sand?
Sand. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Oh, but yeah, no, that's the one where you inverted on yourself.
Oh, God damn it. Anyway, let's see what's coming. But yeah, so
Inafune's back.
Listen, I'm not saying that I think he's listening to the podcast or someone is in his ear, but you can probably convince me that energy of the title was Red Ash, the first NFT. Like, somewhere, someone...
Oh, that was like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah. No, that happened like 2, maybe 3 weeks ago, right?
That directly predated the first rumblings of this news.
Which is just enough time for a bot or an email fucking scam to reach out and be like, the word NFT is automatically found and searched and what's it connected to, and someone to go, can someone reach out to KG? Like, can we get in the same room and then just like do a Zoom call and be like, hey man, give us some drawings, we'll make you some money, end of story. Like, the time frame of that title, I'm not saying we did it, but I'm saying it's not impossible.
So the long and short of it is that Inafune is taking his NFTs. They're like Mega Mans, but they're not Mega Mans, but they're NFTs. And
I think the funniest part was the announcement was on a site, and then it was immediately followed by a story where people were like, hold on, This site
It's not.
is not
Yeah, it's not
confirmed.
true.
This isn't true necessarily. There's no mention of him. He hasn't mentioned it anywhere. It's not official. And then the site shut down, and it was like, oh, looks like someone was coming along to just use his name, kind of like someone scammed the Metabots thing and created a
Yeah,
whole
right.
fake Metabots bit. And then the day after that, the video came out where he's like, "Hey, it's me. We're doing it." Like, ah.
So there's a lot to laugh about with all that shenanigans, but I think what might be the most perfect and poetic part of this entire fucking kerfuffle is Keiji Inafune, world's shittiest businessman, announces NFT collection 1 week after global market crash.
Correct. Now hold on a minute. What does that say about GameStop, who announced their wallet 2 weeks after the crash? Yeah, yeah. It's
It says like some fucking suit 4 months ago when you gotta get on this fucking shit. And people were like, okay, and it takes them forever to implement and do this crap.
a big
So
company
they
like GameStop. It takes that long to implement it, but a man like Inafune, give it 2 weeks. Podcast drops. Someone reaches out. you know. Anyway, but that's not.
You know how you can tell crypto's in a fucking bad place? I stopped getting crypto fucking
Emails?
like emails about fucking shilling for crypto games like 10 days ago. They all just fucking evaporated.
I think that's going to continue for quite a bit yet, because you got a swirl at the end of the drain pipe, but that is, of course, not the only exec decisions that we can take a look at, because this week as well, a couple things happened. One of which is they showed off the trailer for She-Hulk, and She-Hulk Attorney at Law, awesome premise, fun character, had a fun run in the comics. Been looking forward to what that would look like in the form of a show. The CG is not finished. We are probably, hopefully, looking at render work that is in the middle of production, and then it'll be finalized once the show actually releases, I hope. But
you know what is finished? The state of that lady's big muscles.
And this is where we get executive decisions, because straight up, it seems to be the tweet is deleted, but coward execs demand a smaller She-Hulk. Once
she's too big.
The trailer dropped, and you can see how she is standing next to Hulk, especially. And listen, it's fucking She-Hulk, okay? If any character gets to, defy the typical standard and be a muscly, just beef her up, it's got to be She-Hulk. And someone who worked at the VFX company said apparently that I was at the company that did VFX on this. She was bigger earlier on, but notes kept saying, make her smaller, make her smaller. We always roll our eyes like we did on Sonic, but at the end of the day, artists got to follow orders.
It's funny because this is very similar to the story coming out of Encanto, where it was like a pitched battle every day to keep Louisa in the movie as like a big buff lady. And then Disney did capitulate, only to release like one Louisa doll and like 1 million of the toys of all the other characters, which all sold like shit because all the kids just wanted the Louisa doll.
It's honestly like, it is beyond cowardice. It's fucking dog shit. Just like for a character that is all about that. It's not like you're trying to go like it's not like you're trying to go like, oh, here's like a heroine, like you're going like, oh, it's a Wonder Woman or something, and you don't want to go too far into the muscular body type or whatever the execs would be like, oh, that's disgusting, there's too many muscles or whatever. It's she fucking Hulk, the buffest of all of them. There's no reason for her not to be as ripped as you can make her realistically and it's CG at that. You can design whatever you want there, and they just completely are like, no, because straight up, we don't want to, stray too far from the range of window that we're going to deem as attractive here. It's kind of fucking nuts that when you look at the screenshots, there are some of those images of where she's at now where it's like, she's a big lady, but Natalie Portman in real life looks more jacked on the set of Thor.
Yeah, 100%.
than She-Hulk does. And that's a real person.
Well, the difference there is that Natalie Portman's been around the block for quite a while and is bulking up specifically for that role. And some exec could walk on the thing and like lose some of your muscles, and she just tell them to go fuck themselves.
Exactly. Right.
The CG lady is not a real person. She's voice acted by a real person, but like.
So if a real person goes and gets into buff shape for the role, that's what you're getting. That's who they are. But if the exec is like, oh, I don't like the way this character looks in final, then yeah, they can just keep telling them to modify. It's fucking stupid because like you're literally about to put a movie out that shows you a clearer example of that, and it's a real person. God, fucking cowards. It's the dumbest shit ever, but here we are. Anyway, the CG already needs to look better in general, so hopefully people can fucking...
The thing is the Marvel TV shows don't get the good CG money.
No, but I mean, they're marketing it in a way where, like, they understand the snoo. They understand what they're going for on that trailer. They understand Lady D. They understand the Dumitrescu appeal of what was recently going on with RE. Like, this is not lost on them.
We're in this tough situation where everyone in the executive class of Hollywood is probably a pedophile, and they're looking at this going, ooh, gross. Mm-hmm. And then the artists are trying to tell them, like, no, people like this. But then they look at the artists, and the artists are all freaks as well. So, like, who can know? It's impossible.
It's so fucking weird that you would do this to like you would expect it for literally any other character that you can come up with. And you know what's funny too? When you Google like She-Hulk and you find all the fan made early photoshops and shit over the like, because people have been editing their own She-Hulk what if like thumbnails for a while, because like all Marvel characters get this kind of thing before they get
artists
confirmed.
are freaks. We've established this.
So you can go look at like what people have been like trying to show off what an IRL She-Hulk would look, and some of them are terrible Photoshop, some of them are better than others.
Some of them are a tiny head on top of one trapezius, and that's the entire image.
The entire thing. But for the most part, everyone can agree when you look at that and you look at the character in the comics, there is much more muscular tone on the body than what they're going with here, so fuck you, cowards. Eat shit. And then a couple other things relating to like, those announcements came out as well. They confirmed that it looks like Daredevil is coming back as a Disney Plus thing.
Oh, cool, I guess. Hey, you wanna have some stupid news from PlayStation?
The PS Plus stuff?
Yeah.
Sure. No, I was gonna just mention that, like, they cast Charlie Cox was great casting for him, and they fucking, of all the failures of the Netflix Marvel shit, Matt Murdock wasn't one of them, so I'm down to see more of that exist.
Yeah.
What's going on PlayStation?
Do you think the actor for Daredevil ever like introduces himself to somebody and like giggles a little bit because he's like, I'm Mr. Cox?
After a childhood of teasing, probably not.
Okay, just wondering. Yeah, depending on your region, you're getting fucking PAL PS1 games.
Oh, yeah, I got a tweet about that. It was someone kind of saying that like the PAL games look better than emulation though. PS1 classics are using 50 hertz instead of NTSC. Oh no, no, that was wrong. That's a lie. You're dropping. You're not 50 hertz. You're going 60 hertz. Yeah, the TV they're playing it on is also showing the skipped frames there. Yeah.
Oh, dude, it's like, stop. God damn it, England. Your fucking terrible TV decisions haunt us now in the future.
So, when I was back in college, when we were learning 3D animation and basic video editing and such, I remember my teacher there explained the different formats and what they are and the reason why PAL exists is because of a miscalculation of 59.999 when they were converting it. It was a weird, like the basically like in addition to there's the electricity, the different plugs, of course, but there's a whole other thing where there was literally an error in calculation that resulted in them having a different format entirely for all video stuff. And by the time anyone could do anything about it, we were too committed and down the fucking line. So it's a fuck up that the world had to deal with until we got to the HD era.
I mean, there's a lot of I mean, is the fact that England fucked up the TVs that big of a deal due to a rounding error? I mean, it's annoying. I do once you mention the calculation fuck up, it does always make me think of that Mars rover that just cratered itself right into the fucking dirt because the fucking I think it was Lockheed Martin, I'm not sure, but the NASA company they subcontracted out to used metric, but the fucking numbers that fucking NASA provided were an imperial, and so a couple of the pieces just didn't fucking fit for shit. So that fucking, you remember that multi-million-dollar Mars rover just fucking cratered itself like bam? It's because of imperial to metric.
Didn't fucking use the same systems, idiots.
Nobody double checked their fucking numbers.
Someone says the 59.94 wasn't an error. It was about finding the frequencies RGB can fit in a way that doesn't fuck up black and white TV that has a clear enough signal. Okay. My teacher said otherwise, but perhaps you know what you're talking about, friend. But yeah. Oh, there's one over here. So this is interesting because I've kind of wondered about when you have a game that has a huge mode that requires a lot of players, what the fuck do you do over time as people stop playing that game? Battlefield 2042 is losing its 128 player mode breakthrough, and it's switching over to a 64 player mode due to the player count.
I have to say, as somebody who's played and enjoyed a number of Battlefield games over the years, this is like unrepentantly completely pathetic.
So when you design it, like, do you just have you have two choices, right? It's like expect the numbers to drop and then perhaps consider, but like no, at some point the game just dies off and then you leave it alone and then that mode would never be played. But in this case, it seems as if they're like, this is too new and this thing is still people are unable to get 128 people in a room ever. So
yeah,
we have to completely change it.
So the answer to this used to be add bots.
Fill it with bots.
But bots are no longer popular because you can't, if you have bots in your game, then the game has no reason to be turned off when you feel like it. And you can't blame player counts.
Of course.
Everything about 2042 is like a complete fucking disaster, and this is just like the cherry on top. That it has bots. Then what the fuck are they doing? What the absolute fuck are they doing?
Hold on a second. You can. Okay. In Breakthrough 128 player mode, we feel the value and impact of an individual player and squad is reduced due to the increasing intensity of chaos, blah, 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 blah. We've noted that 64 player represented a more tactical experience. Okay, whatever.
That's
just...
Okay, come on.
No,
hold up right there. That is the opposite of every single idea Battlefield has ever done. The point of Battlefield is not so that you and your squad feel like you're making a big issue. The point of Battlefield is for you to stand on a map and shoot a guy and be like, I can't fucking believe how many guys are over there. Holy shit, there's like 50 guys.
I mean, look, there's no version of the world where they just come out and go, hey, not enough people are playing that mode, we're switching it over. That just doesn't happen. But I can't think of a time where something like this has ever happened, where they've like changed a game mode entirely based on low popularity. The closest thing would be that wasn't it that basketball achievement for 100,000 players online at the same time.
Fucking thing. Oh man, yeah, I legit can't think of almost anything that's like, well, not enough people to fill the rooms. Fuck it. Usually they just say fuck it and the thing just dies. But since it's Battlefield, they have to try at least do something. Battlefield has sucked shit for a long time. Like, sucked shit. Bad Company 2 was probably the last time it was like unironically great, and that was a fucking 360 game. And man, that was a good one too. Man, this is slightly off topic, but I want to bring it up because I'll never have another chance. Wooly, have you ever played a game in which it got a cool patch and the notes inside the patch made you stop playing it because
the notes
of the patch notes? The patch notes that were improvements. It's actually similar to last week's like buffs that nerfed the game. So Total Warhammer 3 got a patch this week, and one of the things, lots of balance changes and stuff like that, one of the things was that it increased unit responsiveness, which you would think would be important in a fucking real-time strategy game. And one of the things, they're just going down the list, it's like, made it so that archers can shoot things by turning around, and then made it so that units that you tell to run away won't run back and kill themselves by re-engaging into melee. And I had this moment of like, oh, that wasn't just me doing it badly. Those were bugs. That's why the units like feel like shit to control sometimes, is because they're currently like bugged out. Fuck. So then I went and loaded up Total Warhammer 2 just to see, and was like, oh yeah, the units in this RTS game control way better in the game that came out 5 years ago than this one.
Oh man, okay.
Oh, I'm not playing Total Warhammer 3 for years at this rate.
I've definitely...
Sorry, after you.
No, I was just gonna say, I felt the like, I don't feel like touching this until they fix this thing.
Yeah.
You know?
But in this case, the patch notes like awakened in the like, oh wait, I'm not crazy. It doesn't just control like shit. Like it's broken. It's wrong. And then my favorite is I go into the Reddit thread and people go, hey, drag to put formations of your soldiers was broken by this patch. Like literally the #1 feature of your mouse in a Total War game is to right click and then drag to the right so that your formation lines up. Apparently that is now like broken and delayed by a full second. So then I check in with people that would know better. And what I discover that what's happening is that the way Total War games are developed is the main team makes the game, and then they turn it over to a DLC team who handles the game for the entire rest of its life.
The upkeep team.
And the upkeep or DLC team for Total Warhammer 2 fixed a lot of the movement issues. They increased responsiveness of the units. They changed how a bunch of stuff worked. They implemented it. They improved it. And not a single one of those features carried over onto the team making the new game.
Yeah.
Because they were working in parallel.
The quality of life was on the old... yeah.
It's like what happens with From Software games.
The engine switch.
Hey, how come From Software games have a feature and then the feature disappears in the next game and then it's back one game over? Because those games were built in parallel and they weren't talking to each other.
Speaking of which, of course, servers are still down for fucking Dark Souls. So
I still can't run the game on my PC properly.
I booted up to for a second.
Elden Ring, I mean.
Oh yeah. No, I booted up to for a second the other day and just like got hit with that login message, and it was just like, man, like that bug that was the exploit was really bad, but are you just not fixing it and then saying, fuck it, Elden Ring's out? Like
yeah, kind of a little bit.
What, you know?
The Total Warhammer thing is crazy because every time they put out an update, everyone like review bombs the game because they put out like the DLC roadmap, and the DLC roadmap was like almost a full year of fixes. Like do you remember how long ago Total Warhammer 2 came out? 3 came out? Came out like 2 months ago, right? Before I moved. And like the patch that came out like a couple days ago was like, sometimes your units won't kill themselves anymore. So like in terms of actual feature shit, it's like super far down the road.
All right.
Like that is a bad situation, just to have like being the maintenance team, I guess, or upkeep team you called it, and just having a half-baked one dropped on you and go, here you go. Oh yeah, people are pointing out that's what happened to Destiny 2. That's why Destiny 2 launched so shit, because all the good stuff that happened in the Destiny 1 expansions was a different team that wasn't working on Destiny. Stop doing that!
I mean, it's a logistics like necessity in some cases based on like trying to hit certain goals or whatever, but like you can't launch a sequel that feels worse than the end state of your first game. That matters so much. And like if you have to take your time and do what Neo fucking did, then do it. Neo iterated part 1 into part 2 before your very eyes and then released part 2.
It was super nuts.
It's
well, actually, first they released the test one of Neo 2, in which they're like, do you guys like this one better than Neo 1? And people went, yeah, kind of, but you do this and this. And they're like, okay. And then they released Neo 3, but they called it Stranger of Paradise. Right. And they fucking fucked up all the hair and fur in it.
Let's take some emails. If you got one, you can send it over to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
It's Castle Super Beast Mail. Wait, is it? I can't remember what it is.
That's it.
Castle Super Beast Mail.
Yep, you did it.
At Gmail. I can't remember.
We got one over here coming in from Jonesy saying, hey, Punchy Cavalry Wooly and Spoiler Apostle Pat, on a recent podcast, you discussed problematic DMs and while not necessarily the same, I've been having a recurring experience with an old college friend. Me and 3 other friends have maintained a tight group since grad, and during the pandemic, we played some games online, did some dailies to maintain sanity, started with Monster Hunter, circled over to Phasmophobia, Fall Guys, Tales of Symphonia even. Now we're playing Valheim. Problem is, there's another friend who drops in at most twice a year, and in the same breath is telling us how much he misses us and wants to hang out, but then starts telling us what we're doing wrong in every single game and suggesting how we should be doing it instead, and then starts suggesting another game he's been playing and offers to quote unquote show us how to play. Just recently, he dropped into Valheim, told us he was really happy we were still playing, and then begged me for the opportunity to tear down my house so that he could rebuild it. He wanted to rebuild, quote unquote, a better one that is aesthetically pleasing. It would require me to provide him with materials and keep the server up for multiple hours. We only play for an hour and a half at most because we're over 30 and one of us has kids. It's not a bad guy, and it's not like we're hiding from him. We're just playing at the same time each night in the same Discord, and he kind of frames it like we're excluding him deliberately, but we've asked him to calm down, and the hints and he have not helped. Have you ever had someone who wanted to be included in this way?
Oh, yeah. I think we have all encountered this person, and it's definitely not limited to games. It's like anything.
I mean, I'm reminded for me of when I got together with a group of friends and we decided to suffer the trouble to set up a functioning adventure in Crystal Chronicles for the GameCube. So I got 4 people, 4 Game Boy Advances, 4 connection wires, full batteries, copy of the game, and we sat and actually fucking did it.
Was this back in the stage yet?
Yeah.
Okay, I remember you talking about and going through the trouble of setting this up, and I remember thinking, this seems like it's not fucking worth it at all.
So if it was worth it, it certainly wasn't by the time we start playing and one person just decides to, like, the game is all about co-op and one person bears the chalice and everyone has to walk together and defend and all that jazz. And it's essentially a escort the point kind of mission, you know, that would later become a popular thing in FPS games. And the one guy just decided to, like, run ahead and not ever give a fuck about what was going on and coordinate, and just complete misery the entire time, where it's like you're taking damage by rushing ahead and standing outside of the circle, but too bad doesn't give a fuck. I'm the main character and I'm just gonna do what I want to do, and just made it a miserable experience of a game that was like, this is too much work setting this up to fucking deal with this shit. So that didn't last very long, but we tried for a couple of weeks, you know, before that fizzed. But boy, of all the games to, like, really feel it in, that one where you're like, I remember trying to hunt down, like, the last GBA GameCube converter wire in Montreal. You know, like, it was such fucking work, and then just to have one dude fucking Leroy Jenkins the whole thing, you know, it was it sucked.
I still, like, I have a situation in which there is I have over the years had a couple of different friends who have had the situation of, like, hey, why don't we play Heroes of the Storm anymore? Or back when it was, why don't we play Overwatch anymore? Or, you know, and it's like, the answer is you, actually. the
Wow.
person asking the question, the answer is, the instant we start playing Overwatch, you start backseating like every other person in the Discord call, and also are bad. The answer is, when we were playing Heroes of the Storm and you would, like, run ahead and, like, fucking kill yourself on the enemy team over and over and then complain, where's my backup? Like,
Yep. Yeah, if you break it down,
it's like,
as honestly
it's
as
like,
possible, and the response is they don't get it, then
like,
what can you do?
chat will go, hey, come on, man, let us in, let's play Monster Hunter together. And I'm like, I'm thinking back to every time I played Monster Hunter with a random collection of chat, and, like, 1 out of 3 times there's some fucking dipshit actively ruining the hunt. Yeah, nah.
Let's see here. We got one coming in from EP. They're East Coast and West Coast. Last night, I beat Elden Ring with a final count of 120 hours. Spent the last
That's
15 or so with a broken controller that my dog chewed, and parts of the stick were falling off. Anytime I held the controller, the newly sharp corners jutted into my thumbs as I fought the hardest bosses. It was a bitch, but I didn't want to buy a whole new controller just for that last section of the game. Have you ever had to continue playing a game with a shitty or broken controller for any reason? No. I'm gonna say that, like, due to most of my things being multiplayer, every time I got a console, I would always get at least two with it. And we had the ghetto controllers back in the day, certainly, but there was always something to cycle over to. I kind of, going back to at least GameCube going forward. I feel like I always would just, if one controller got bad, I'd have another one to cycle to if needed. You had
I
fucking
also
fresh boxes of multiple ones forever.
well, me, I'm nuts. So I have the OCD. So once I got to the point where I was an adult and I could buy things with my own money, I would literally always have a backup for every single piece of equipment in my house that I could use. The instant it went wrong. So, for example, if I don't know, something happened to my keyboard.
Yep. Yep.
I just have an extra keyboard available. But in my youth, I also had an older brother that I would play with my bullshit and all that. So there was always two controllers. And so it was not about playing the game with a broken one. It was about fighting your sibling to get the good one. In which I would lose, and then I would threaten to narc on my brother for whatever bullshit he was doing, and then I would win. Because he was always doing something.
By any means necessary.
Yeah, but also, like, I'm the type of person that, okay, here's a really good example. I'm holding up a PlayStation 5 controller right now. I was playing Zone of the Enders 2 2 weeks ago, and my right trigger on the old controller was a white controller, just fucking completely broke. Just like snapped. Like I heard a snap, and the elastic or whatever that causes resistance just completely broke.
Oh yeah, mine too. Actually, I had one that the trigger.
Yeah, and like none of it technically worked, but all the pressure sensitive shit was like completely ruined. It didn't work anymore. If I did not have a backup controller, I would have been like, "Sorry guys, good night," because I would rather do nothing than play something with a broken controller. Like I would rather not, because it drives me crazy.
No. In conclusion, like you don't got to go that far, but at the same time, I think you're kind of nuts for playing 15 hours of a game while your hand was fucking getting cut on the thumb by playing it. That's a bit wild. When I played the 3DO and got my fucking blister for half an hour of play, I never touched that goddamn thing again. So, Anyway. And let's take one last one here from an anonymous employee who says,
"Go on."
In light of the recent King diversity debacle, I thought you might like to hear about another debacle that almost made it to public light but never did. Diablo Immortal was in the early stages of planning a new campaign whose focus was XYZ can go to hell. Active Blizzard King employees were asked to suggest some quirky lines for the ad-lib. Once the results were announced, there were 1,000 replies in a stack thread in the main business-wide Slack channel highlighting some of the more questionable winners. There was a lot. For example, Trump supporters can go to hell. Flat earthers can go to hell. Racists can go to hell. Elon Musk can go to hell. Crypto can go to hell. Amongst a few other god awful choices. Luckily, once the results came out, all of the sane employees came out in droves to call out to cancel the campaign immediately. And through pure employee backlash, the campaign was entirely canceled. God, fucking imagine if that actually went live.
That would have been so good.
Dude,
that would have caused such a fucking shitstorm. Oh, man.
Could you imagine?
Oh, man. I wish it had gone through.
The timeline we could live in where Diablo Immortal almost jumped on the fucking grenade and saved the culture war by handing everyone a Coke. Oh man.
I don't think I could possibly sum it up better than what you just said.
We almost had it, dude. We almost had it. We were robbed. We were fucking robbed of this timeline. Thank you, Anonymous.
Thank you very much. Man, Diablo Immortal is just, like, built to die, isn't it? Like, every time I have ever heard that game's fucking name, every time I'm like, oh, it's another People Are Mad Again?
Could you fucking imagine? Just that, like, you're like the name of the game Diablo Immortal would just be instantly linked to oh shit. Right in the middle. Right in the middle. You could have saved us. If only they did, you know? Yeah.
I wonder...
I
wonder if one of those was people who don't have phones can go to hell.
The world, you see, this is it, right? It's the world of the almosts. The fly on the wall that I always talk about wanting to be. The shit that almost got through because they thought it was a good idea until everyone screamed.
And then, like, someone flies into the room and goes, "What are you, fucking stupid? What are you, a fucking moron? Don't do that."
And you know, given the recent fucking thing, like, if you're dumb enough to go that far, what's off the table? Right? Like, if the shit that came out last week is on the table, there's nothing off the table, you know?
He's
good
right,
shit.
you know.
We're not gonna top that one. So fuck it. We'll see you next week.
You can all go to hell.
You can all go to hell.